won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. We have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Baba Zoom, Raphael Trades, Mike Extreme. Good morning. How's everyone? How was your weekend?
It was good. How about you?
It was good. I went to the state fair and I found some pizza balls and they were absolutely delicious. It was a new food on the menu. So
Yeah,
it was fun.
I have those. They reminded me of those. If you've been to Cheesecake Factory, the little mac and cheese balls. Have you had those before?
No, that sounds amazing.
Oh man, if you go to Cheesecake Factory, you gotta try those.
Okay, on the list. I was going to check out that movie Weapons, and then I saw it was listed under like horror and like suspense or mystery or something, and I was like, oh, I don't think I can see a horror movie. But it's one of your favorite horror movie. I think
it's got some funny parts in it. You'd like it.
So it's not like scary.
Nah. There's one scene that is like kind of like funny, scary. Not gonna tell you what happens, but like everyone in the theater was kind of like hollering and like screaming like, wake up. But you know, it was good.
Barbie, how was your weekend?
It was good. Nothing too exciting, but sometimes you just need that when it's been go weekend after weekend. So finally got some rest a little bit.
Awesome. Well, who would like to look at the charts first, Barbie or Nick?
I'll go ahead.
Thanks, Nick.
Let's see here. So Friday we had that new Powell really spoke on Friday, and ES and indices love that, right? So the only unfortunate thing I guess you could say is that we don't have a whole lot of news this week. Kind of a slow week. We don't have anything I think until Thursday, Friday. But you know, this is a pretty huge candle right here. I was expecting we inversed it on ES. We did not inverse it yet on NQ. Gonna see how these next couple days, Monday, Tuesday, behave. Like if we just pull back into this area that I'm watching, this 4-hour gap, to move up to here, that would close off this daily gap, which means the only target would be all-time highs, and that the sell side of the curve is not being respected. So yeah, that's as for today. The only thing I'm watching is a move up to these Asia highs right here as my target for longs. I'm gonna wait post 9:30 like I always do, just about. Like I said, no news today outside of the news at 9:15 on MyFunded TV. I don't know why that's not on Forex Factor. That should be on Forex Factor. You know what I mean? So I'll be looking for a move there. I would like something like this where we go lower, create a SMT at these lows with NQ and ES, and then move higher up to here. If we just keep completely sell off, then I would just, you know, wait till tomorrow most likely, because I would be so wrong. But Barbara, you got
Someone's got opinions.
Whose puppy is that? Yeah, it'll be interesting if we go down and go up after that massive candle we had on Friday. That was a fun day.
Barbara, can you take over here for a second? But yeah, I'm mainly just looking at longs up to Asia highs.
Okay. Thanks,
yeah, go deal with your dog problems over there. I was gonna make a joke, but it was a little early for that on a Monday morning, I decided. So we are, like Nick said, we don't have anything like super, well, for me, I don't see anything super obvious today. Like Nick said, we have the better data news this week is going to be towards the end of the week. We have some orange folder stuff, durable goods, new home sales, some stuff like that. But GDP and PCE at the end of the week are going to be the more interesting spots. So we made a major move on Friday. Is the market going to want to digest that move? Probably. So there's a couple different things that we can look at. Right now, we're kind of between where we opened for this week and where we closed. Where we opened on Friday. So we're inside of Friday's price action. And that's going to be one of the things that I'm watching today is, do we end up just kind of staying inside of Friday's price action to kind of check and make sure that we have support? We do have support around 64.
Oh,
Levels have gone so fast. I keep not having the right ones in my brain. 64.50 to 64.60 will have kind of some support in there that the market's likely to check. It could check all the way down into, you can kind of see this obvious support on the hourly here where this was our breakout point. The market likes to check the breakout points when possible. It's always interesting to see if the market has that much power to retrace an entire big move like that or not. And if it does, that kind of makes it look like Friday's reaction was an overreaction, which of course was to Powell coming out dovish on Friday. We were talking about how if he comes out and does the normal Powell stuff, it's going to be boring. But if he gives us a surprise, we're going to do something crazy. He gave us a surprise coming out dovish. So there is a possibility of retracing all the way back down to 64.20, 64.25. If we don't, though, we'll probably kind of we could potentially inside of this area, the 64.60 to 64.80 area, we could really start kind of putting in some chop, but then that would end up on these higher time frame charts looking like consolidation that we could potentially then break out of. So that's sort of potentially another launch pad. So I'm looking for that. And if that happens, the all-time highs on ES are just above 6,500 right now. So that would kind of be the first target would be 6,500. And then we've got kind of some extended targets. If the market does get bullish this week, I would be looking for, this is more like this week and not necessarily today. Could be today, but this week, I'm looking for 65.20, 65.35, and then 65.55. If we do end up kind of putting in some consolidation and then forming a launch pad off of it to get something exciting going. But for today, it may not be exciting. It might be exciting if we do a big drop and kind of test back through here, but it may not be exciting in that the market just wants to chop and digest. And the market wasn't open during the weekend, so it hasn't had its hangover yet. Like this could be the hangover day from Friday yet a little bit. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for today.
thanks, Barbie. Chat, what are you guys thinking? Long or shorts today? Type in L if you're going to wait and look for some longs, or S if you're looking for shorts, or N for no trades.
So a lot of people are long. Sorry about the old dog situation. Have cleaners here, have people cutting the yard, and Amazon decided to show up. So too much going on at one time.
Yeah, dog's like, hello, you need to be dealing with all this. I can't deal with all these clowns myself.
Exactly, right? Yeah, I was looking at the Fed, the Fed rate cut tool that Barbie shared with us a couple weeks ago. That number really hasn't changed much. I thought it would have changed after Friday. Wouldn't you?
Are you looking at for September or for beyond? I mean, September, they've kind of always been thinking, let's see, pulling it up. So yeah, it went up to 85%. It's these later ones that we've really been watching, and I guess they haven't changed that dramatically. But because this is showing that half of everybody is expecting us to be at a lower rate already in October, right? So this is the current rate. So they're expecting us to already be at this lower rate in October. But this was kind of similar to this last week too. So
I would have thought October after Friday would have shot higher for the 3.5. You know what I mean?
Whoa, you
We'll see.
guys. In chat, MyFundedFutures said, how many free accounts are we going to give away today? And Luke is coming on very soon. We don't know when, but very soon.
Mm-hmm.
How many accounts do you think MyFundedFutures are going to give away today? What's your best guess?
69.
Only 69?
By the way, if you guys go on bullbarbie.com, you look at her shop, she's got all of her, she got all of her t-shirts, all the stuff you can buy. Every single, thing, like it could be, is $20.69. It's the the hat, 1969, whatever it is. So I did not expect Barbie to say a different number, 69. I'm gonna say like
It's a pretty good number.
I'm gonna say 700.
700? I'm guessing 20,000. I could be so off because that's such a big, crazy number. Best guess, wild guess. I'm seeing 100. Pocket Trade says 100. 700. 7 says 1,000 maybe. Trading OF.
Raphael said 20,000. Jeez, 20,000 would be insane.
It would be insane. That would be like massive. Levi says, I think 1 trillion. I don't know how many zeros that is. So exciting, very exciting morning, everyone. When Luke comes on, let's shower him with W's and hit the confetti button. It's always an exciting, great time when Luke joins us. We never know what kind of surprises he has in store for us.
Yeah. Plus, college football starts in 4 days, so can't complain about that. NFL
4 days now.
You know me. I got the timer going for you guys in chat who think football is the brown ball, not the white and black one.
The American
The one that's
football-
not ball shaped.
Yeah. People are like, who is Luke?
How many more days, Nick, until American football starts?
Well, like 11.
11.
I think they play a Thursday night game next Thursday.
Did you have your draft already for your fantasy league?
I did. I had it Saturday afternoon. I got another one Wednesday night. Yeah.
Busy.
I had a rookie draft, so I took a rookie. I took RJ Harvey. I had 6th pick. He's a rookie running back from Denver. So I needed a running back.
Okay, guys, get ready. Let's welcome Luke. Give him a super warm welcome. Smash that W button. Here he comes. Come on down, Luke. Come join the party.
What's up, guys?
Good morning.
How are we doing? Happy Monday.
Happy
What's going on?
Monday.
Good morning.
Woo! Good to be here. We had to wait a minute to literally increase the servers. We have something that we think is interesting enough that we had to make sure that we were able to ramp up the AWS, get the servers cooking, the capacity up there, so that way we can do something special.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
We
This
do
sounds
giveaways on this show where maybe 10 users, 25 users, 50 users will go home with a free account. What if I told you we were doing a giveaway such that 20,000 people were going to get a free account? Would that be crazy or what?
That's more than 69.
I think someone said that in chat earlier. Wow, that's crazy.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Everybody's saying, no way, they don't believe it. All right, let me just lay the rules, okay? There's a 1-week registration process. We want to make sure this is equitable. Okay, so I'm going to drop a link. It's going to be active for a week. So from today, Monday, through the 31st, where you all can register to win a free account. And then starting September 1st, the first day of the month, we are back from summer break. It is fall, September 1st. We are trading. 20,000 unique people are going to win a free account. It's as simple as that. All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. It's mffu.com/
You're gonna have to do that a few times though, Luke, because chat's kind of going crazy. It may get lost, so you might want to spam it.
The link is mffu.com/billion. Why is that the link? Who's sharing their screen right now?
Oh, I am.
Okay, can you pull a calculator up, please?
Oh, calculator. Okay.
Let's get a calculator on the screen if we can do that.
Let's see.
And I'm going to place the full link in the chat here as well, not just the shortened one.
Can someone pull up a calculator?
All right.
Oh wait, here. All right, I think I got it.
Okay, if not, that's okay. We can make this a follow along adventure for people at home.
Okay.
All right. All right. The calculator's tough. We can't see it. That's okay. If you all at home, open up your calculator on your computer. All right. If you type in 20,000, oh, there we go. We got it. 20,000, 20,000, yep, times 50,000, because we're giving away 50K core accounts.
Crazy.
Hit equal for me. That is $1 billion of account value.
Ooh.
1 billion with the B dollars of account value right there. This link is myfundedfutures.com/billion. Go ahead and register for those free accounts. The way I'm saying free, but the way that it's going to work is they will cost literally $1. That's basically free. There's no other fees. There's no activation fees. $1. It's your all-in cost. Okay, it's not like we're saying it's $1 and then pay us another $25 and another $30. No, $1 all in. That's it. Again, you have from today through 8/31 to register. And then winners will be announced on September 1st. So that way on the 2nd, we're back from Labor Day. 20,000 unique people can start trading with the free account. I'll remind you guys why we think our accounts are compelling. One, we have no activation fees ever, right? We've got your all-in cost of funding. We have rules that are set up for success, no DLL, no consistency in the sim funded stage. We have instant payouts. We have automation throughout our process to make your life easier. There are significantly fewer human beings that you have to talk to be a customer. And again, 20,000 of you are going home with an account. How does that sound?
Amazing.
That's kind of crazy.
Absolutely amazing. Everyone, make sure you go and fill that out for a chance to get your free account. I don't think anyone's ever done this, Luke. 20,000 accounts, $1 billion worth of accounts, like crazy.
Well, chat is saying that they want more giveaways, that we're not giving away enough. They want more, yada, yada, whoop-de-woo. So we're finally doing it and delivering on it. Okay, how's that?
Let's go.
Say 25 accounts, 50 accounts, 100 accounts. It's not enough. 20,000, never done before.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. MyFundedFutures is absolutely the best. I took a payout and it only took 12 minutes from the moment I requested to the moment it was in my bank account. Like so fast, lightning fast.
All right. Also, Barbie, this might be one for you. I don't know who actually it's for. Does anybody here trade our core, or I'm sorry, our scale or our pro plans?
I have both.
I do.
Okay, could you give us a couple highlights of the scale and the pro plan? Because I got a promo cooked up for those as well.
Yeah, so for the pro plan, I like that because of the like there's no like limit, once you get past that buffer on the pro plan. So like if your drawdown is, $2,000, anything above 52,000, you can withdraw every 14 calendar days. So that's one thing I like about that plan. And then what else did you say for the next one?
Scale and pro.
Okay, so I haven't traded the scale yet, but that was the pro, the one I just recommended. I think, Terry, do you trade the scale plan?
Yeah, I do have 2 scale accounts right now. And I'm also in core accounts right now. Eventually my plan is to have like all pros. So I like them all for different reasons.
I like the scales for how the micro scaling works. That's why I've been keeping with some of those. So if you have a slow and steady strategy, and I like to mix my strategies up. So it's it's like diversifying your portfolio. I've diversified my portfolio of day trading strategies, and some of them just because I can have drawdown, they're going to work better with micros than minis. So the scale accounts are really, really great for that. And I know like it looks slow and steady, but that's literally the entire point.
Yeah. Yeah, the
All right.
scale. I mean, that's I think every 5 days too. Of $100 or more, you can withdraw. So that's one up to I think the minimum withdrawal I think is $250. So,
Yeah, I
So,
did pull up the scale different accounts so you guys can see it on the MyFundedFutures website.
thank you, Terry.
Yeah.
All right, so y'all can see 100K priced at 267. Can you click over to Pro?
Yep.
For me, Terry. You got the 100K Pro priced at 344. Also this week, if you don't want to wait and see if you got your free account, we're doing something that we don't typically do, which is we're running 33% off all of our 100 and 150K plans. So your 100K scale plan, instead of 267 is 178. Get up to 20,000 to payouts with that one. Your 100K Pro plan, instead of 344, is 230. 100K payout cap. The code is UPSIDE. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Code is UPSIDE, 33% off any and all of your 100, 150K plans. 3 uses.
now how long you say that's for?
That will run through the week. You got a couple days for it.
Yeah. Cool. 100K and 150 across all 3 plans, right?
Yes. And I see
Likes
some
big
questions.
accounts.
Big accounts. That's why it's UPSIDE. Code UPSIDE. It's a big one. It's a fun one. Making it happen one. And I see some questions about the giveaway. People are asking, is it one per household? Yes, it is 1 entry per household, unfortunately. See people asking about the Google login. We'll have that added shortly. I see people asking for the link again. Putting the
Now,
link
for
in
some
there.
people, Luke, $1 is just too much. So I don't think we should really do this, man. You know.
That's it. The dollar is all in. No activation fees. It's not like a nickel and dime. $1 all in cost. 20,000 of you are going home with accounts.
Someone did
you
ask
want-
a good question. They said, "What about the renewal billing? Is it $1?"
No, it's for 1 month.
1
You
month.
got 1 month to trade your account.
That's how I like to do those evals, anyways. 1 month is plenty of time. Plus, fall price action coming up here soon, September.
Yes. And if you want to help us out, myself, Nick, Barbie, Terry, what you could do is spread the word about this giveaway. We had to go to bat for you. Your MFTV hosts had to go and appeal and say, we want to do something big and special to celebrate us crossing 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. And so we were able to land this 20,000 account giveaway. You could post it on Reddit, on Discord, on X, on Instagram, tag MyFundedFutures, tag your hosts. It helps us out significantly. All right.
Yes, amazing. Someone said Luke is back. You've always been here and you're cooking so hard for us in the background. Thank you
Popping in
so
with
much.
special things. And you want a little tidbit?
Do tell.
I bet that Barbie doesn't even know this one yet.
Mhm.
A requirement.
Know anything though, so it's all good.
One of the requirements for entry is that users have to be MyFunded TV subscribers. So we're going to see some new faces.
Let's go. I love it.
Sweet. Yeah, I think we got 3K last week. 3K subscribers last week.
Big week. Cool. All right, y'all. I'll let you get back to trading.
Thank you, Luke. Come as often as you can. We absolutely love you. Everyone in chat, type W for Luke for cooking this up for us. Working hard. Thank you, Luke.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Whoa. 20K account.
Alrighty. Who's got them? Who went and signed up?
Well, you really think about it, it's like a lot of accounts.
It's so many. Holy
I mean,
smokes.
I can see like 500, 700, 1,000. but at 20,000, so like
Saw
account.
somebody asking if they already have an account, but we can have 5 accounts. Well, we can have 5 funded accounts at MyFundedFutures. You can have more evals than that. So don't worry about that. We
Well,
got
and
you.
also too that the 100 and 150K sale, 33% off for the rest of the week's pretty good too, because yeah, those are solid. Yeah, we are literally gonna crash the market. You're gonna crash the server probably.
Okay, yeah, Denny says 10. I guess I haven't gotten up to 10 evals, so I'll limit you at 10. Plenty.
Yeah, 10 evals. Yeah, 50K to have 5. Yes. Which I kind of like the 50Ks. Anyways, like if I was a copy trader, I'd do the 50Ks. If I was just getting into copy trading and trying to get a payout, just because of the drawdown to profit target ratio, you know. But,
yeah, I like the 50Ks, but I'm excited to try that core account, or not the core account, but the pro 100K account with the promo upside. It's 35% off.
That's a good deal.
Right? On the pro accounts.
I think Barbie wanted us to acknowledge her new little light there in the background.
Bubba was like, we got the new
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Is that Go Longhorns? Or
it's the Trading Ranch logo.
Oh, Trading Ranch. Gotcha.
Which, of course, yeah, it's got a little Longhorn nugget in there.
Oh, man. Well, Texas got a big game this week. They got to go to Ohio State Saturday.
Getting exciting.
Yeah. Let's see.
2 minutes until the market is going to open. Start off the week.
Oh, shoot. Nick's a non-ball knower? Come on, bro. I know ball. Let's see. Oh, about to go ding, ding, ding here in about 50 seconds.
All right. Let's get the lucky
You
Barbie.
do the countdown, Terry? You can start it now.
I know. My counter disappeared. I have to put it back on. Good morning, Jamie.
Yeah, y'all should get a Trading Ranch tattoo. It's definitely... I'll give you a free membership if you get a Trading Ranch tattoo.
Uh-oh. Someone's going to tag you in a photo with a tattoo.
Let's see. 10 seconds here.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open.
What are we thinking, New York?
Ooh, it's pushing.
More uppies, huh? Goodness gracious, market. I'm watching the Dow and the Russell are not having the same effect initially, but at least we've got the NASDAQ and the ES synced up. We like that. Look at that. We got Luke in chat. Like, oh wow, we're almost at 24K. Should we get that one done too?
Let's get it done.
Yeah, let's get 24K. Let's see if we get the 24K before. No, yeah, 24K before I leave here at 10 a.m. See if we can do it.
NQ just rejected VWAP.
I saw someone earlier complain about, $1. It's not $1. Like, come on, my brother. Like, if you ain't got $1, you should not be watching the stream. Like, you should be. It's 9 a.m. Most places. You need to catch a job, bro.
Ooh. I think we just broke a low of day by maybe a tick.
Yeah.
This is probably gonna hit my stop. I just jumped in. Oh, dang it. That's okay. Yeah, $1 is incredible. It's only $1. Like I feel like you can't even buy anything for $1 anymore.
Nah, this
Maybe a
coffee,
sucker if you're
this
lucky.
coffee used to be, I think now it's $1 for seniors, okay, at McDonald's.
Yeah.
It used to be 50 cents, and then COVID happened, and they just thought, okay, this cup of coffee needs to go 50 cents up. You know what I mean? So, bro, like, you ain't buying it. You can't step out the house for less than $1.
No, you can't.
Even the Dollar Tree is the 5-quarter store now. So
Yeah. Yeah,
Is it
Lisa
1 count per house?
says
Yes.
Lisa says you can't buy anything for $1, not even at the dollar store.
But you can get a MyFunded Futures account.
Mm-hmm.
look at Mr. Smith's got the math going there too. Coffee at home pays for a MyFunded account. There's thinking.
I like that.
So I am getting the move I wanted here on NQ. It moved a little lower, took out those relative equal lows. Now I want to see it bounce from this area.
So we did take out the overnight lows, not by much. It is pushing lower. NQ is down by about 112 points in the red.
Yeah, they just launched it on Twitter. 20,000 traders will win a 50K core account for $1. Registration is open from now to next Sunday. Winners announced on September 1st. So, MyFundedFutures.com/billion.
There's two deals going on. So we've got that dollar sale or dollar deal. Is it?
And
It's
then
a giveaway.
33% off.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 33% off the bigger accounts, which is huge. If you've ever wanted to try a larger account, perfect time right now.
100%. I finally got my tickets to the season opener this weekend. What game am I going to, chat? NQ. So yeah, there's no SMT at these lows, but I want to see us start to move higher from here on the 5-minute. Well, I guess there is if you include this low on the hourly chart, but the previous hourly candle ran this low, but this one did not. I want to see how the 5-minute starts to bounce from here. If it does, I like NQ a little better. I think ES can drag us higher if we do go higher, but I want to see nothing obvious sticking out to me right now. Not a whole lot of displacement within these candles.
Yeah, I was about to say that ES did not run those lows. So that was just NASDAQ that did. None of the other markets have run the lows.
So 33% off all accounts, 100 and 150, core, scale, or pro.
Sweet.
You want some Bull Barbie coffee? And put the bathwater in that. That's what it was
Why not put
mentioning
33%
bathwater earlier.
Yeah. Well, probably because you get a free one for the next week. So you get a free 50K, right? And then you could just go buy like 100 or 150, right?
It's the perfect time because you can basically try one of the larger accounts for way less. So
Yeah.
and then get your 50K for $1.
Yeah. Like, why would you do a sale on 50Ks if you're giving 20,000 of them away? Like, come on, guys. Hey, Barbie, you know what's in 20 days from now?
Is it? No, I don't.
ICT returns.
Oh, is that the day?
Yeah, September 15th. He says class is in session. Are you gonna
What
be
do
in
you-
class? You got your pencil sharpened and your notepad?
Is that what I need?
Yeah, they're gonna
No
teach.
trading charts, right?
He's
Just a
gonna teach you
notepad.
like all these new different models. You can use them in the trading ranch.
Yeah.
What do you think he'll do on that day, Nick?
Paper trade.
Mm.
Facts.
He will demo ball. That's what he calls it. Demo ball. I do trade ICT. Yes. Mm-hmm. I do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we are grinding up. I want to see some fair value gaps start to get put in here. Not a whole lot of displacement. So let's see what happens. There's only 7 minutes until the market's probably trying to digest that news that Luke gave us, is what I think happened. You know,
I
it's
think
just kind of like,
Probably.
whoa, you know, we got $1 billion we're giving away. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I think so. I just jumped in with my clothes into a long. We'll see what happens. I do like the longs today. Gosh, Friday, that was so wild. Just took off like a train.
That was an insane move there. Yeah, that was kind of nuts. Did you guys catch that move on Friday?
Yeah. Barbie, man. Big win, big W.
I was not gonna trade,
Mhm.
and then I did.
Do you ever just like have like you just forget that you traded and then you have to look at the chart and be like, oh yeah. Like that's where that was. I remember this day now. You know what I mean?
All the
Like,
time.
yeah, like hey, did you take a trade like last Thursday? I'm like, I don't think so. And then you look at the chart. Oh yeah, I definitely took that. You know what I mean? You just forget. You have to like kind of see the visual.
It's the oops, I did it again trade.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like when the setup's there. I mean, I'm just not even thinking about it. It just happens.
CJ, you're up $6 so far. Woohoo! Let's go.
Yeah, so I was able to get in and out before that news at 10 a.m. with Powell. I got lucky on that. It retraced before, stopped people out, and then just popped right at 10 o'clock. I'm like, dude, like I had a couple people in my chat just got stopped out. I was like, damn, you know what I mean? But I mean, what are you gonna do? You shouldn't hold through that, you know what I mean? Like it could have
Yeah.
easily went just like 300 points lower, you know, as it did, you know, higher. So you don't want to take a chance on getting a bad feel. Would you enter on 5-minute close even though it's ugly? No. This is pretty ugly price action. This is a no news Monday. Price action for sure. You want to see displacement one way or the other, right? Displacement. When you get displacement, you'll have fair value gaps that get left behind. Kind of like this. You see there's a gap here between this candle high to this low. You want to see a couple of those get put in, and I don't have any of that. It's mainly just consolidation. If you look at New York, ever since 8:30 open, hasn't moved much. So,
It's doing some digesting. Oh, someone asked, how do I enter the giveaway? The link is pinned on top of chat. So you can click on that to enter.
You can also go on the Twitter. Yeah.
On Twitter.
MyFundedFutures.
There's that link. And they did set it up where you have to be a subscriber. So there's that one little rule.
Yeah, how many subscribers are we at right now? Mine says 23.4. Well, let me exit
I've
out.
got.
Yeah, I'm going to refresh mine.
24.2. Wow.
24.2. We did it. 24K. Let's go, guys.
Dan, we can have 5 funded on MyFunded now. That was new this month, I think. It's new recently.
I do believe it's 5 50K accounts. Any of the 50K.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I know, right? People do like me. I was like, man, if you guys like me, subscribe before 10 a.m. Get 24K. Thought my haters would just be in this chat because we got 1,000 people watching right now. They probably just lurking. Dang. Yeah, we were at 20K exactly 1 week ago.
Massive growth.
I don't really see. Oh man, go back out to the hourly real quick. Days like today, where there's like no news, you just kind of, and especially after a big move like Friday, even though it was like 2 or 3 days ago, you still want to like let the market sort of breathe here for a second, and just see how that first hour, 30 minutes to an hour goes when the market opens. Because you don't know what's going to, it could, I've seen it where it has a big candle up and it retraces the whole move, right? So it's only Monday, you don't want to just blow all your gunpowder today. But yeah, I don't really see, let me check the 15-minute candle about to close here in 2 minutes. ES looks better than NQ. I say
I agree on that one.
Huh?
I agree on that one. It's definitely looking like the stronger. We'll see.
But I will say sometimes when you get like a reversal on like a Friday and it doesn't run like a high or a low, like the objective, I think the objective now, especially for ES, is this all-time high. Yeah. Usually you can come into Monday and expect Monday to run that high. But I think with it just being Friday news, that it was just a little too much to get all the way back up to here. I mean, this was a what? 2%, 130-point move on ES. That's wild.
Almost tell me you look at the Russell. The Russell's not really doing anything yet.
How's gold looking? Sometimes if the indexes are just consolidating, sometimes we might see something in gold.
Yeah, let me check it out real quick.
I've been watching how VIX is coming down, honestly.
Gold. Where is gold here? I swear to God, if it's still in that daily range, yep.
It is.
I was you see what I mean?
Say something else.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have. Wow, I can't believe gold popped as much as it did on last Friday. Obviously, I'd wait for some sort of close above here, preferably to inverse this gap. But I can't trade this when the daily has been like this for the past 3-4 months. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Some people can trade these ranges and they can do them very, very well. I'm just not one of those people. You do have relative equal highs here from the high from August 13th to August 22nd. So I'd probably, in a trending market, I'd probably lean towards here, but I would not be surprised if it just ran this high, ran these highs, and then just shot lower. I'm actually going to leave this on the screen and just kind of see what happens, because that's what I did here. And then it ran the high and then just completely reversed. So I'm going to leave that up there. See what
I love leaving those little arrows on the chart and then coming back like, yeah, I nailed that.
Yeah, I did that.
Sometimes you got to leave those on there.
Mr. Smith said, take a look at platinum. I've never traded platinum. Have you guys traded platinum?
I don't think I ever even looked at platinum.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I have. I don't think I looked at it. These are the only pairs I look at. And of these, I only trade indices, gold, and occasionally oil, but I haven't done that. I don't think oil at all this year. And then euro and pound futures. Maybe that once a month or so. And then this is just like majors, bonds, yields, and then of course Mag 7 and Bitcoin.
Whoa, MyFundedFutures said we have a flash sale coming up at 10:30 as well. Stay tuned, guys. This is the big 20K celebration.
Oh my
August
God,
celebration.
my chat is so far behind.
Keep up, Nick.
I don't know.
I have the same problem. My chat like randomly starts lagging. It's like today is just not going to work. Today is working, but for me, other days it's like nah. It's kind of a sluggish morning though. It's really not broken out anywhere.
I think when Luke left, all like the excitement kind of like swept away from the markets. You know what I mean?
Everyone's too busy signing up for their accounts to trade. That's what's wrong with the market.
It is just consolidating within that first 5-minute candle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, digesting. Rally Point said very boring chop.
Yeah. Sometimes the hardest part is doing nothing though. You know what I mean? So many people probably just got their accounts. You know, it's Monday, got a sale going, 33% off. They're like, oh, I'm gonna pass this thing by, tomorrow, get my funded credentials on Wednesday, pay out on next Wednesday. You know what I mean? So like, don't slow is fast.
Mattia Gonzalez passed a few pro accounts.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations. Let's go. Confetti. That's the best feeling to pass some pro accounts. So with the pros, it's the payouts can be significantly bigger, and that's what people love to trade. Why they love trading the pro accounts.
Well, I think too, you don't have to worry about the like looking up like, oh, okay, I can only withdraw 1,200 or whatever it is. Like you just know, like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm 4K above the buffer. Okay, I can take out 4K. Right? It's just the simplicity in it is what I like about it.
I've always said that the way the plans are set up is kind of like choose your own adventure. So think about what style trading you want to do in them, and then also what style payouts you want to take, because that's the main difference between the accounts.
Obviously, I have a couple of students. Well, one student who just copy trades 5 recently, 5 50Ks, and he had his first 10K month doing that. But when you look at it, last month he did the same, but he had to get above the buffer. So like the second month he got that full like after he got past the buffer, I think he made like $2,500. So his account was at 54.5 and pulled out, $2,500. So I guess that's actually made 12K. I don't know if he left some money in there, but even at just two, you're risking $300, $400 per trade on that 50K account, or 200, by the end of the month, it may not be, I only made $2,000 on a 50K account. But you times it by 5, that's that's more than some people make.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the problem with trading is we see the potential and we want to skip towards the end and get that ending potential. But you just start out with these small wins and they'll build faster than you think.
Oh yeah, it's like that meme where it's like build good habits, build good psychology, find a trading model, and then it was like at the very top step, there's a guy reaching over all of those steps. He's like, buy 5K accounts, buy 5 accounts. You know what I mean? Copy trade them all. So you don't want to do that. Sleepy Monday for sure.
Someone asked about the special guest today, CJ. CJ Trades will be on during Ash's segment.
I think it's PJ. Is it PJ?
Oh, did I say
CJ or
CJ? Oops, I meant PJ. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. PJ trades. That
PJ
is the way to
pajama
do it in
trade.
your pajamas. That's why we do it this way, right?
My chart is starting to look like a rainbow. Like a rainbow barcoding with all these candles stacked right next to each other.
Yeah, it's just back and forth, back and forth.
Mhm.
This is what it looks like when the market doesn't really have a mission to go on. Which is what happens when we don't have any major catalysts coming. Because that's what the big guys are kind of hanging around looking at what move could I use to do my business. And if they don't have that, you know.
This is not very clean. This one thing I like to do on days like this is just watch that 15-minute chart and just kind of see, you know, is it small bodies, big wicks? If it is, you're not really getting a whole lot of movement. Yeah, patience is definitely key, Emma, for sure. Do not overtrade. Those accounts you guys are getting for 33% off right now, do not blow them on a day like, at least not right now. No.
Get it and keep it. The free accounts are the best ones. They're the good luck.
Jan said small body, big what?
Gotta enunciate that, huh? If you don't know PJ, you can today. You can get to know PJ.
Let's see.
Oh, Dubby says, hey, Nick, Barbie, or Terry, if you had unlimited determination / motivation, which do you think is easier, building a trading bot or trying to close your emotions?
I don't think that bots get rid of your emotions. That's a myth.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if you just let it, if you don't touch it, then no. But the problem is you're gonna freaking touch the bot, right? You're gonna
Yeah, there's like people think that once you have a bot, like it's this magical key to the market, but
no, that's just ICT. That's just ICT. That's not bot.
it's all they are is an automated trading strategy, right? It's not like a magical golden holy grail. So there's futures trading, there's options trading, there's selling, there's there's a lot of different ways you can approach the market, and algo trading is just one of them. You can lose money algo trading too. It's not a golden ticket, I promise. It takes a lot of patience. It'll test your patience probably more than just learning to trade. The whole reason that I do it is diversification, and also I will go crazy doing the same exact thing every single day. It's just not for me. I want to if I have something that I can automate that's just really clear-cut rules, why would I sit here and do that every single day when I can, move on and learn some new things and add some new tricks to my setup?
Yeah, GA said, whoever asked a question about bot, I went ahead and tried to do it and got a working one on NinjaTrader. It was more exhausting than just dealing with emotions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not the secret thing that you think it is. You think you get a bot, something's going to trade for you. You're assuming that those are going to be good trades. It's a grass is always greener on the other side of the fence kind of thing. But in reality, the grass is greener where you water it. So if you're going to be a great manual trader, you got to work on those skills. If you're going to be a great algo trader, you have to work on those skills. It is still a skill set. I get that a lot. It's like, oh, just run your bots. Well, my bots are they're my ideas. They're only as good as my ideas. You know what I mean? So, and they're only as good as the programming too, because bots are computer programs. They have bugs.
And you have to explain, like, every little thing that we maybe just do and think about without even thinking or realizing that we're doing it versus
Yeah.
like a computer. It's so specific.
Mhm.
I don't want to encourage y'all from algo trading. I think it's great. I just don't want. I see this expectation all the time. It's like, oh, I just need a bot. Barbie, just give me your bots. And I'm like, I'd have to turn the bots on at the right time and I have to watch them. They're not a golden ticket.
It's just ICT, guys. ICT's golden ticket. Especially starting September 15th. Class will be in session. Let's see here. 24/7. Dang, dude, this is a pretty rough.
Is that where we are? Almost at 25K.
Let's go. 25K subscribers. Almost there.
ICT is trash, respectfully. Let's see, 25.
Let the dogs in here today. There's so much snoring going on behind me. I'm gonna get put to sleep in here.
Yeah. I do
They're
think
snoring with the market.
we'll see how this next 15-minute candle close. Puts in also the 4 hours, and we put it in at 10 o'clock. There is an SMT on the 4 hour with the 9 a.m. candle, with the 6 a.m. candle. Sorry, I believe. Wait, no. Sorry, no, never mind. No, that's not. I still like higher prices though. I still think these Asia highs are going to get hit.
Let's do
I
it.
see relative equals in London. Maybe if we get a strong close here, you could take potential long. I just don't like the lack of displacement on the 15-minute chart or even the 5. This would be the only green candle or the only big candle really that kind of moves away from the range. You can kind of take
candles,
this.
don't we, Nick?
I do. I need that displacement. I need those gaps in there. I need those gaps.
Need some good candles. Fill those gaps.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
No. I think it's great. I think Barbie's funny. You could take something like this potentially. If it comes back here and retest this, stop below here, target up to here, you know, a 3-hour trade.
Go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, it's pumping. New home sales.
Uh-oh. Hear the music.
Oh, wait. Is it the giveaways or the aliens?
Woohoo! Use code WGiveaway50 for 50 free resets. Let us know if you got one.
The 2 guys in the van are coming to kidnap me. Hopefully I can code the algo. I'll be back by tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, there I go. They're throwing me in the van right now.
Bye, Nick. Ooh, George got one. Hakeem got one. Congrats.
We had the home sales numbers were good. We'll see what happens here. That's like so many. How many different giveaways have we announced today? Is that 3 already today?
Oof, exhausting. Yeah, a lot. Best channel ever. Are you tagged in on the 15, Barbie, on the long side?
Yeah. I don't have my bot running today. I needed to fix something I didn't have time to do this morning. So I'm over here managing it manually. I was in a little bit of a scalp too, but I took it on that push because I was looking for 535 on NASDAQ. I've got a little account. I've been working on my 1 lot trading, and I've been using NASDAQ for that.
Tell us more. This sounds really interesting. One lot trading, is it like a challenge that you're doing?
It's just a personal challenge. I have a lot of I like to take size, okay? I like big trades, and I cannot lie. So I'll take 5, 6 minis in my self-funded account, but it's a larger account. I've been building it up. And the prop accounts, that doesn't always work. And I just kind of noticed I'm always talking about having diversity and everything. So I'm really good with that setup, but that setup does need drawdown, but it's also kind of boring when I just take it down to micro. So I just kind of saw a weakness in my system where I needed to work on where I don't take partials and just going for the full thing. So just a little personal challenge. I think there's a misconception. So just because I streamed that I have all my shit together, I don't have it all together. I'm still, if you're not still learning, what are you doing? So I will continue learning always.
Chat, what are you guys working on?
There's the NASDAQ one. I forgot to put that chart up. I need to redo my charts. This is actually driving me crazy. I'm doing so much flipping around, but here is the NASDAQ one.
I think that's what's so great about the markets. It's like we're always learning. It doesn't matter where you are in your trading journey.
I don't think it's just trading either. Like you should never just say, "Oh, I know everything. I'm done." There's that's not possible.
Carefree Panda is working on automated trading. That's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different automations that you can do, but I think it's a really fun adventure. I have to separate it. That's why I was like letting everybody know that my bot's off right now because I didn't have time to make a fix that I was trying to do this morning. And part of that is my trading brain and my coding brain are different brains, and I can't give them both 100% at the same time. So I kind of break my day up a little bit. So during the morning session, I'm not messing with code. I'll go look at it in the afternoon when things slow down.
Trader Grave just passed the 50K. Congrats.
My cookie on the 15-minute orb. Okay. Go watch the video I just put out on Saturday. It's an opening range breakout FAQ. I do not wait for the candle close, but I have some examples of why I don't. So that's why I'm saying, like, go watch that video. But the short answer is if I wait for a candle close, I don't have a 1-to-1 trade anymore, and I get all kinds of shit for not having a 5-to-1 for having a 1-to-1. But at that point, it's the risk to reward doesn't work, and no, I don't wait for a candle close, especially if you wait for a 15-minute candle close on a 15-minute opening range. That's twice the time already. So it's just giving up too much. This is meant to be an opening trade, so that's the way I take it.
Chat, drop your questions for Barbie.
It's not as exciting of a trade today, I think, just partly because we're in the chop and stuff. We were talking about this, I think, last week, how I love it when this trade works out really fast. Maybe I was on my stream talking about this too, though. We love when this works out really fast as a scalp, but it doesn't always work out that way. The higher the time frame, the slower it is to work out. People ask me, how do I hold my trades longer? Use a higher time frame trade setup. So it's the same thing. So if you want a trade that lasts longer and like on the opening range, you might be looking at the higher candles. If you want something faster, that's when you're looking at a lower time frame to do that sort of thing. For me personally, the 15-minute is kind of that sweet spot, but that doesn't mean it's going to be for everybody.
We hit 25K. W, guys. Jan?
Few different ways that I enter the market. So this particular trade that I was showing and just explaining is an opening range breakout. So I pick my entry based on the first 15 minutes of the market. I just take the higher low. It's literally that simple. I have some other strategies that are more complicated and using more confirmations and some, little bit more thought process, I guess. And so I deploy those too, but I like how I have this one that can happen no matter what, and then some other ones that'll kind of depend on. I did get a scalp in earlier that Luke was on for some of it, so we weren't cutting Luke off for a little 2-second scalp, but I have those entries too, and I like to pair them. So this one I'm kind of watching in the background, but while I'm waiting for this trade to set up, I was able to take a couple of other little quick things.
Oops. Oh, a few people asked, where's PJ? So PJ is going to be on during Ash's segment, which will start in about 23 minutes. Barbie, Jan has a very important question. Jan asked, where are the melons?
Oh, I haven't been gardening yet today.
We miss the melons.
I'm just doing my thing, trying to take chill trades. Guess I don't need the melons today. We'll have to get them back, huh?
Yeah, I might need to get some. I
Yeah,
think
my
it could
chat's all lagging. And now I see his question. I need to catch my chat up.
Jan is
Stop hiding
crying.
the melons.
Jan said no melons?
That's for, my Instagram or something. Isn't that where we're putting the melons these days? I don't even know.
I do love your Instagram. Everyone go follow Bull Barbie's Instagram. She shares behind the scenes things.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with it. Everyone's like, you should have an Instagram. Like, what am I going to do with it? I think putting just charts on Instagram is kind of boring. I have charts everywhere else. So I've been using it for just whatever. This morning I said hi to the horses for everybody.
Ooh, market is pumping. It's wanting to go back to the NDX close. It's filling that gap.
Let's go. All right, I'm going to trail the NASDAQ one. I'm on the ES one too. I didn't show it because I technically front ran it, but that was because I was managing too many trades.
Nice trade. CJ, $480. Nice. Anyone else in longs? Chat, are you guys in longs? Yeah, that open was a little tricky. Some people are in longs. Some people missed it. Missed my entry, Norbridge said.
And at the same time, so once you feel that, oh, I should be in that, that's usually the worst time to chase. So just think about that too. When you're like, oh, look at that thing go. I need to be in this. You need to already be in it, not chasing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Marcelo, you need an account. Guess what? We've got accounts. So follow the link at the top. That's the how you can enter the 20K giveaway. And then, of course, we've got the awesome discount on the larger accounts.
33%?
Keep watching.
STVV asked, how do we know if we won the giveaway? On September 1st, Luke said they will be announced. I'm not sure how yet. We will find out. 20K accounts. Do you think we can enter, Barbie? I want to win one. That's so many accounts, you guys. And you do have to be a subscriber to the channel, so make sure you subscribe.
That's a pretty small ask. Y'all can handle that one. So we've already had we already did a giveaway here, but we're gonna do some more. So keep watching.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I like the sale because we've been pushing all the 50Ks, which are great. Love the 50Ks, but the big accounts are fun too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got real good
Oh.
odds on for the 20K giveaway.
Subash asks, how do you set up the target once you enter the trade?
I don't know if you mean technically in the broker or how I decide the target. Again, like I actually literally have a whole playlist. If we're talking about this particular trade, I have on my channel, Bull Barbie Trading. I made it last week. There's a playlist just for the orb trade, so I can have a whole collection for y'all there. But if you're talking about how I actually place it in my broker, I use brackets because like I don't always have a stop, like an actual stop in the market on my options trades, because the way that premiums work, you can kind of get wicked out a little bit easier. But on futures trades, every single time I have a stop. Even if it's way below price action, I still have it there. So what I do is whenever I'm placing an order, it just automatically has a bracket. So it depends on your software how you do that. NinjaTrader, it's called the ATM. It stands for Automated Trade Management, and you can set a bunch of different ones. So this one I just used my 1-to-1 bracket, but I have some more complicated ones too. I know on TradingView it's pretty similar because on TradeAvate rather, because TradeAvate and Ninja are the same company. So TradeAvate's kind of the simplified version that you can get on the web. And so they have a similar bracket setup, but most any trading software should have that. Otherwise, a lot of times it's a right click where you can set your order on the chart, that sort of thing.
Is
It'll
this
depend a little bit.
the opening range breakout orb strategy FAQ for day trading futures? I have it pulled up. Is this the video you're talking about?
That's that I was talking about that one. That's the one where I was talking where I go over some of the stuff. Yeah, the one from the Saturday, that's the one where I'm talking about why I don't use the candle close and answer a bunch of questions like that. I'm not saying that the candle close is a bad idea, but I will explain why I don't use it and why other people do. So you can kind of make your own call on that one. But then I actually have an entire playlist. Oh yeah, that's the one from this weekend. And then
Okay.
I added that to a full playlist.
Oh, a
too.
playlist. Nice. Okay, over here. Oh, right here. Orb opening range breakout strategies.
I think it's getting to be several videos now. So you can.
Yeah. Look at all these, you guys. The orb has become very popular. It's very,
I didn't expect that, but we'll take it, right? So we'll all
right?
become orb experts.
Make sure you
I'm
guys
working
hit
on another one too. So
that
that's what I'm saying.
too.
I'm just going to keep adding them to that playlist.
Yeah. Thanks for making those videos for us, Barbie.
I got you.
Okay. Yeah, market is pushing higher. Some nice green candles here.
PJ's coming. You just have to wait just a little bit. My mic is huge. Thanks for noticing, Mike.
Mr. Delusional says we got to sweep that high.
Let's do it. Let's go. Which high are we sweeping? The ES one?
ES or NQ or both?
Let's just sweep all the highs. Let's just go to all-time highs.
Let's do it. Good morning, Voltron. Brett says yes.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
it.
looking good.
We haven't even taken our swing high from this morning on ES. So we Nasdaq's charging ahead now. We got the Mag 7 up though. Every single one of them's up. So that helps.
And VIX is coming down still.
PJ's coming as soon as the melons come out. Guys, we got to keep a little bit for the premium. Barbie asks how you take profit. Oh, I don't go by points. Yeah. Okay, so it depends on the strategy where my take profit is going to be. I don't just say, oh, I'm going to take 10 points because 10 points sounds cool. on the so for the opening range breakout, I'm taking the range. It's going to be different every day. It's the actual high. I take the high and the low from the first 15 minutes because that's the opening range that I trade. And the difference between the high and the low, that's how much I'm going for in the target. Easy peasy. On some other trades, a lot of times I'm looking level to level. So if I'm looking down here at support and, well, it'd probably be up here, I would be looking at resistance if I was going to short something. If I'm going to enter at resistance, or if I'm going to sell resistance or buy support down here, then I'm just going to make sure that I have meat on the bone and I want to target the next level. So if I was to buy this 64.60 level and target higher, I would be targeting 64.68 and 64.75 because those are the next levels that I have on my chart. So I have videos on that too, actually, but it's always going to be based on what my entry setup is. And so like the Stampede setup that I shared, I guess a week or two ago, that setup is depending on where the support and resistance levels are.
Oh, so many ways to win accounts, guys. Bishek is picking out, I believe, 4 more people from chat to win a free account. So chat it up, get involved in our community here on MyFunded TV. And then also don't forget about the social media giveaways. So you can go to each social media. So on X, Instagram, TikTok. Who am I forgetting? Who am I forgetting, guys? Yes, MyFundedFutures account will have all the details on how to win some accounts over there. And the 20K, of course, 20K free accounts is pinned up top. So make sure you click on that and register and hit subscribe. And giveaways throughout the show, our regular giveaways. This is like, I'm going to need a little nap, Barbie, after this. Just too much adrenaline, my goodness.
We do still have VIX climbing lower, so I'm still not looking to sell anything. But when we have a market like this, when it's just wanting to climb higher and higher and higher, you want to be more excited when the market's moving lower, right? So pay attention to that too.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little, we do technically have a gap on VIX, so I'm still watching that too down here. But pretty quiet, just looking like the market's just wanting to kind of do a little bit of this walk up kind of thing.
Oh, I might have forgotten MySpace. What happened to MySpace? It was so popular and then it just like fell off the face of the earth. I guess people got bored with it. MySpace. Does anyone remember MySpace? I just remember like the tail end of it. And I was like, what is this? And I had some friends that were on MySpace. I went on it and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, Melvin said Facebook came out. That's what happened. Yes.
No.
Nick says MySpace was easily the best social media site we've had. Yeah, we just never know with different products, different things. Like remember the BlackBerry? That was so popular. It was like the phone. And then the smartphone came out and it completely wiped out BlackBerry. I don't know if they claimed bankruptcy or what ended up happening, but
Gary, I think you just discovered trends.
Yes, I did. Speaking of trends, Barbie, your cute little stuffed animal, that means that you're in a cult. I saw the company reported like insane earnings. Like
Oh,
just
Pop Mart?
what is it called?
Pop Mart?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the one.
I mean, they're Chinese. You follow
Mhm.
Chinese
Yeah.
earnings?
No,
I
it
didn't
was
even
on
think about
It
that.
was on CNBC. It was like such a surprise. So this seems to be a major trend.
I'm just hoping those snores aren't coming through. I think my mic's meeting him good enough today. Oh, there it is. I was going to show y'all. I'm sorry, I started talking earlier, but the screen never switched. This is what I was going to show you a couple things. This is what the indexes are kind of looking like right now. This is where I was just wanting to go long. I was just talking, it didn't have context earlier, so that's why I kind of trailed off. But when I was saying, when we have the market just wanting to kind of walk up like this, and you're wanting to chase those highs, this is what keeps me patient about that, is when we have the VIX continuing to charge lower and it's got a gap forming here. I mean, we're hitting some support and stuff before we get there, but when I have this sort of thing and the market is pumping, that's when I have a lot of confidence to buy little dips. So then all of a sudden we get a candle going against us the other way, like one of these guys, and that's what helps me kind of buy real quick and stay in a scalp for something like this, because having the VIX come lower like that really helps those pops go. The other thing I was going to look at, I got 100 things going on at once here. This is the Mag 7. Is technically the Mag 8 because 7 isn't a good number for charts. But this is what I was looking at for NASDAQ. I was kind of looking, why is NASDAQ looking so much stronger than the S&P? And we'll all go check. The S&P is a little bit more balanced. It has tech and other things. NASDAQ is tech. So if all of these guys, and this is an order, so it goes Apple, Tesla, Google, unless this has been updated extremely recently. This is an order of how heavily they're weighted in the NASDAQ. And so that's why I'll always take a look and see, are there things just absolutely pumping? Because that helps the NASDAQ pump. It's literally the underlying that controls the NASDAQ. So I like to keep an eye on these guys too. So a lot of times we'll have mix where maybe Meta's pumping, but Microsoft's moving lower and things like that. But when I glanced over earlier, when I was trying to take those little scalps, all of these were on the rise. So that helps kind of back up that too. A lot of people we talk about confirmations a lot, and a lot of people are looking for confirmations just with their indicators with MACD or volume. And the way that I always try to explain the way that I look at things a little bit differently is that's the kind of thing I'm looking at. So I'm trying to look at the whole market context. Like, is there going to be headwinds or tailwinds in this long or in this short? And that's when, even though I'm not trading Apple or Microsoft or anything like that, like checking in on those kind of helps give me that context to see what else the market has going on.
Thanks, Barbie. PJ up soon, guys. What are some of your
Who's
questions?
hyped?
Who's hyped? Think of some questions that you want to ask PJ.
Just hold him right now. Just hold him. He's coming.
He's coming. I love his
Like, give your
song.
PJs for PJ.
Let's go. I'm seeing lots of PJ fans. I love PJs. They're my favorite. If I could wear anything all day, every day, it would be PJs.
I think
Hands
these
down.
guys are fans of the guy PJ.
What?
You might be a fan of PJs, but
Not of pajamas? PJ is the GOAT.
The market's really just quieting down here, but I still see. I mean, VIX is weak. Weak VIX is strong market. So I'm not going to be. We might get some little moves lower, but I always like to go with the flow, and that's not where I see the flow right now.
Mr.
Y'all are saying
Smith,
PJ is the best mentor. So, what do y'all love about PJ?
Adwin says,
let
I
me
have
know.
PJ on.
Let's go.
Let's go.
My fund is just bragging now. They're like, we got all the guys. We got them all right here.
Astev said he is authentic.
Yeah, there's definitely there could be a lack of that in this world. For sure. That's kind of sad, but that's the way it is. Is that what it is? So market's going to be really slow until PJ gets here. That's what chat says.
Golm says PJ rules. Group says, yeah, that's exactly why we love him. Because he's authentic. Louise says, Barbie, did you get stopped out at break even?
I did. Did you see this? Look at this little jerky butt wick. This little stupid wick. Okay, I don't know if my chart was up or not when that happened, but I was
What
just
the
like,
heck? Look
literally
at that.
came down and just ate that. I was so tempted to take that off early too, but I didn't.
Wicked.
It happens.
Hmm.
That is when people are criticizing the way that I trade this, it's because of those wicks that come down and get it. But the way I look at it, when the numbers work out in my favor, including these little wicks, oh well. I'm not trying to become a millionaire just off of the one trade setup. That's what I'm talking about, like having a few little plays that I
And seeing the big
see
picture.
every single day.
Yeah. So time has flown by. Barbie, last minute thoughts for us for the day before we head out?
Well, in case you weren't here earlier, we're kind of talking about how the market was probably going to be kind of slower today, and so we are seeing that. So as long as that continues to play out, I'm not going to be looking for these major breakouts. I'm just kind of looking for the market to be a little sleepy and kind of hang around in here a little bit. But hopefully we can get some good setups, especially coming into the data later this week. So
Thanks, Barbie. We will see you guys tomorrow bright and early, and stay tuned because in this next segment we have Ash and PJ. Bye guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Mr. Ash, how are we?
PJ, very excited to get you on here. How's your day going so far?
It's going good. It's going good. I'm just chilling, hanging out, was watching the stream and excited to have a conversation with you, man. I mean, you've been an integral part of my trading journey, so we have a lot to talk about on that side of the coin as well. So,
hey, let's hop right into it. Chat, first of all, throw a bunch of W's in chat for PJ. We were very excited to finally get him on here. I'm really excited to ask him a bunch of questions. I want to dig into some of his trading, so if PJ is okay with it, I would like to, fire some questions at you, and then we'll get into the market too.
Awesome, man. I'm excited. I got the screen up here, so we'll do a little bit of tape reading as we're going through the questions and stuff, and I'm sure the chat's going to have a bunch of stuff to chat about. So, we do have a flash sale too right now, guys, as well. That is just happening. They just pinned it in the chat. So
love to see it. MyFundedFutures, bringing them value every single week.
All day long, man. How many giveaways did you guys do today? Like a 20K account giveaway, some other. It was crazy. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I believe it was like 1 billion in value. It was like 20,000 accounts or something like that. It's some incredible value.
Wow, that is insane, man. That is insane.
So let's hop into it. For anybody that doesn't know you here, if you want to start with sharing some of your socials so that they can get familiar with you, and then dig into some of your experience. What have you done in the market? What are you
Absolutely.
trading? And, show us some of the stuff you got.
Absolutely, man. So PJ trades pretty much on all socials, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I started my trading journey almost 10 years ago now. So coming up on my 10th year of trading the financial markets, went from crypto, Forex, options, found a home in futures. So I've been pretty much navigating all the markets that you can possibly trade. And then when I found a home in futures, that's when I learned ICT, and then took ICT and kind of comboed that into my own trading style. And, have been, ever since then, teaching ICT, teaching how I trade, a lot of psychological stuff too, that I think a lot of traders struggle with these days. And, we started our social media journey literally December 2024. And I mean, here we are, I'm on MyFunded TV. So it's pretty crazy how things work out. I'm hanging out with you, Ash. I mean, again, I learned a lot from you. Breaker blocks, bro. This is the breaker block king right here, chat. So, and the unicorn king. So make sure you show him some love as well. W for Ash in the chat as well, guys.
I greatly appreciate that. It has been a long time. I remember being in the Discord quite some time ago, having these conversations. It might have been a year, even 2 years ago, and now we're here on stream. So
crazy.
I'm glad to finally meet you. I'm glad to get to ask you some questions. And so what brought you over to futures? What was it that made you go through the different markets and then land in futures?
I think it was the delivery, honestly. Going from Forex trading with spreads, high fees, and just the absolute insane manipulation that you see in the FX market, that drew me to futures. And then once I found, NASDAQ and the S&P 500, I mean, and the way that it delivers, I really started to just like hone in on my skill set in the futures market. And, that's been the draw ever since. Low fees, no spread. I mean, it's like I always tell my chat, it's literally the golden era of trading right now with all the prop firms, and just the way that you can utilize your capital these days is insane. So,
yeah, for all the individuals that are so worried about slippage, man, I kind of wish they would try Forex just for a little bit, because futures, man, it's just a gift. Yeah, there still is slippage. It happens, especially during some of the higher volatility times.
yeah.
But if you go over there to Forex and you see some of that stuff, you'd completely understand why we're here in futures now.
Forget it. I mean, I tell people all the time, if you want to have a miserable experience, go trade gold for a while and see what that looks like during a news event. So
yeah,
it's just not for me, but yeah, we love futures, man. We love it.
Very good. So then also, if you don't mind, if you want to share, some of your strategy, how do you approach the market now that we know you're working with futures? Is there some kind of, certain model that you use, or are you, staying fluid with the market, or is it just a discretionary thing?
So no, I mean, we use a combination of a bunch of ICT models. I mean, we trade breakers, we trade unicorns. The inverted fair value gaps are like one of my favorite setups these days. We trade a continuation model, which is built into a fair value gap. So, I mean, honestly, I can probably just better off showing people while we're here on the charts as I have it in front of me. But like my main focus with trading is draws on liquidity. If people could just understand where the draw on liquidity is, they're going to have a much easier time making money. I think that right there, if you can identify where the draw is and how you're going to take the trade into the draw, you're going to end up making money. So my strategy is pretty simple. I'm looking for either a sweep, like right now we're looking at London high, which has not been swept yet. So we're either looking for a London high sweep, maybe some sort of V-shaped recovery from here, then a lower time frame model into a draw. But for today specifically, since this is pretty bullish to me, I also love trading out of PD arrays. So higher time frame 4-hour PD arrays like we have right here is just like super tempting. We're delivering out of one right now. And whenever I see a trade setup like this, we're looking for basically a sweep of liquidity into a PD array, which is a 4-hour right here, and then some type of lower time frame model into a higher, into a draw on liquidity. Like down here, it looks pretty choppy today, so I don't even know if I would be trading this, but that's basically the gist of it, man. We're very patient in our approach. Wait for these PD arrays to get tagged, draws to get tagged, and then we look for lower time frame models into London high, Asia high, New York PM high, external highs, PD arrays sometimes. So, reactionary trading is what I teach. We don't like to predict. We like to just react to what price does.
Very good. And so there's so many different styles that come across that, the terminology nowadays, you can pretty much call anything you want. So digging back into some of those comments you were just mentioning, when you're talking about a draw on liquidity, are we referencing something that is time-based, something that is a technical analysis? Is it what? Dig into draw on liquidity a little bit more, just for the people that maybe aren't ICT based could kind of grasp what you're referring to there.
Right. So draws on liquidity, I mean, for how we trade are, yes, it can be time based in between kill zone hours. If you guys don't know, ICT, how that works. So usually we're trading from 9:30 to about, I like to be done by about noon, lunchtime. But inside of that session, we're looking at, external highs, for example, like this. Like this is a London high. This is an Asia high. This is a New York PM high. But what you see that's interesting in these areas, if you're looking at them, they all have wicks of some sort, which means that we have liquidity resting there that we can take trades into. As you can see right now, the market is seeking London high. So that'll probably be the first area that, the market is going to seek before a possible, maybe a little pullback. But whenever we see like smooth edges like this is what we would classify as a draw on liquidity. Like you have wick highs as draws, another draw here. So that's what the market loves to move towards. I mean, yeah, it's time-based as well in between macro time, but that's essentially what we're looking for are these draws on liquidity. I just messed up my Asia high.
Very good. So what are we looking for today? In terms of draw on liquidity, so for the people that don't understand, for me, that is what price is reaching for, right? So it's not where I'm looking to position myself. That is what I'm looking to target. So like, for example, this morning, right there at New York Open, I was looking at ES because on the 15-minute chart, there's some bullish SMT against NQ at the lows right there at 9:30.
Yeah, right here.
Yep. So nope, the next one, the 9:30 candle.
Let me see what okay.
From that low to the 9:30 candle on the 15-minute chart.
From here to
the 9:30 candle. Yep. And then if you take a look at NQ's 9:30 candle swept that low.
Yeah, so right here we have an SMT, and we love trading SMTs, but I'm very stern on, a lot of new traders love to get obsessed with this right here, and they just use an SMT as like one confluence and they're trading off it. And right. I always tell them, I'm like, you should not be building your thesis off of one SMT. You need a lot more than that, right? Like you need, like, what's the bias for the day? What's the structure look like? Are we delivering quickly from the SMT? But yeah, no, I agree with you here. There's a 15-minute SMT inside of a 4-hour PD array, which is definitely.
So I do love the fact that you're pointing to the logic, right? Because a lot of people will just see a pattern and instantly be like, all right, let's start smashing the button. If you can't provide logic to your decision making, then it really doesn't matter what you see on the screen, because there are no guarantees in price.
Exactly. There's no guarantees. SMT is never a guarantee. I tell the chat, it's an additional confluence that we're going to add in. And it's a great one if you can get it correct. But the higher time frame SMTs is where you want to position yourself. There's so many lower time frame SMTs that I think people get obsessed with. Like we have people trading on like the 15-second, 30-second, 1 minute. Like you're going to get a lot of false signals there. So, positioning yourself on the higher time frames and then building in confluence is, it's a great added bonus.
That is some extremely good value right there. I really do hope everybody's taking some notes here, because there's a lot of similarities, to be completely honest. Like, for example, you're mentioning time too, right? So are you only trading during New York, or what's the reason behind, 9:30 to 12? Why not Asia? Why not London? What's the difference there?
It's a good question. I I've always traded the AM. I've always traded the open. I've been able to adapt to, it's like I always say this. You want to be a master of one, then mediocre at many, right? So I want to master the AM. I don't need to master the AM and the PM and the Asia and the London. And that's where a lot of traders get into way too much trouble. They think they're going to engage from morning until night. At that point, your mental capital is just chalked. So yes, the reason why I trade AM is also that's very important. Like my mental capital needs to be the best it possibly can be between 9:30 and 12. But that's also when I get the best price action, the best delivery, the most volume to trade off of. So just trading in between that kill zone is, just my bread and butter. That's what I've been used to trading for many years now.
And I do also love, you keep referencing yourself, right? This is a know thyself type of business. It does not matter what, he or she is doing online. You're referencing your own data points. You're pointing to your experience saying, this is what I found, instead of saying, oh, but ICT said this or ICT said that.
Exactly.
It's being built through experience.
I say this to my chat and my group all the time. Like everybody has to become an independent thinker in their trading. I know you say that a lot too. And you can't just be executing on what other people are doing. You have to see it for yourself and understand it. Everyone's going to see things a little bit differently, but it's up to you at the end of the day to click that button. So you have to build in thesis as to why you're doing something in this business. It's not just like, close my eyes, click a button and hope. There has to be a lot built into it. And that's what I'm trying to teach people is like, if we have this and if this happens, then we can react to it. So I just have always been a huge believer in, well, actually, let me actually be real for a second with the chat. There was a point where I was just heavily driven on daily biases. And I think it got me into a lot of trouble because I'd be so heavy on a bullish bias that my pride was in the way that I couldn't react and say, oh no, we're bearish today. And I'd be trying to rip longs, So when I started moving to like reactionary trading, that's when everything really started to really like click for me, is like, just react to what price tells you, wait for your zone and then trade off of it.
So you don't marry the bias.
No, do not marry biases anymore, guys. And I don't recommend anybody do it really, because you're going to hurt yourself, long-term doing that.
And so with reactionary trading, you do really have to stay away from those influences, right? Because, if price is saying one thing, but your opinion is saying something else, you could be, really blinded by what's actually happening in the market.
It could blind the heck out of you. Like even right now, I think a lot of people might be getting blind a little bit here, because what I see going on right now is a little bit tricky. There's a 4-hour FEG that's a bullish fair value gap that the market's trying to deliver from. But if you look at ES, right, we've already on the 4-hour flipped. We inversed an old 4-hour here. So first presented 4-hour on this leg gets flipped. I would probably, if I was looking to trade today, I'd probably be looking for a little bit deeper of a dig into this gap to try to potentially look for a trade setup here today, because NQ right now is kind of telling a different story. It's rejecting out of a 1-hour gap. So this is what it is, man. It's on the fly trading. You got to see how we're reacting out of gaps, how we're delivering. We're at 1045 and we really have not been able to take London high yet. That's kind of starting to build a thesis on what may happen here.
Very good. And so since it does sound a little more discretionary, do you take a look into like news and some kind of economic events and stuff like that too? Because people are very politically driven and economically driven. So they could fall into some of those subjective biases just from reading through the news. I mean, I know there's a lot of traders out there that won't even trade, if there is no news on the day versus a news day. So is that something you look at too?
100%. I mean, the news is going to be our liquidity in the market. Like today is a no red folder Monday. I don't like trading those type of days after a weekend. You got to know your news points. Actually, one of the most popular things I've done on social media is I literally have just screenshotted Forex Factory, and I've been doing these voiceover videos on how I plan to trade the market. And it's gone so viral on TikTok and Instagram, where people never understood that, hey, there's red folder news events that are coming out that are going to affect your trading. when are they, what time are they, and how are we going to trade around them? So yes, fundamental news is a big part of trading. You need to know that stuff, because if you don't, you're going to either get stopped out or you're going to be trading chop, which is this right here. And this is why I tell my channel, like, listen, this is low probability trading conditions right now.
Very good information. And let's even switch gears a little bit here, because you keep mentioning your communities and helping other people. What's the purpose behind the social medias? What are you doing with the social medias? Is there a certain type of content? Is it for educational purpose? Is it for documentation? What's the purpose behind the social medias?
So funny, my wife in December was like, hey, you should just like start posting some of your stuff on socials. And I was like, I was fine, right, being behind the scenes, doing like in these little private discords, hanging out, trading. I had one of my buddies that's on Wall Street that we trade with as well. I started posting just educational content, stuff that I would want to see if I was a new trader, because I'm sure you remember, Ash, back in like 2016, there's like not a lot of information. Like we were like scrapping pieces together from like other influencers trying to figure out what worked. So I just started it with an educational journey, like literally just education. So much free stuff on TikTok, just trying to really improve traders and bring a community together. So that was my number one goal, is just educate people. I did free live streams. I still do them. And just really bring as much value I possibly can to the community, because that's what I really, really wanted back then. So I'm trying to just like you, man, just cut the learning curve in half for people, like help them make a side income. We've got, a 52-year-old gentleman in our stream, in our community last week, got a $30,000 payout. Like
Very nice.
Like we're trying to help people change their lives. And that's really what's been the driving force for me, is just education, man. Get people to become better at trading, because there's a lot of like just crap out there, and that's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a bunch of your content. I have to say, Chad, you got to go you got to go subscribe, because he does on such a consistent basis provide so much value. So definitely take a look at some of his socials. He's got a lot of information there to share.
I appreciate it.
I agree with that statement, because I thought it was a COVID thing. It did seem like COVID really produced the online era. Like everybody went remote at that point in time, and there was a lot of content being created for trading at that time. So I do also wish that some of this stuff was more readily available when I started trading, and that was also half the reason to why I started posting on socials as well. Other than the repetition, I highly advise everybody to post on social media, because in my opinion, that's another at bat. Like every time you swing, you're going to get another rep, and that's going to build more muscle memory. Whether
100%.
it's we're doing these live streams, getting to hear what you're saying out loud in real time and how you're reacting to it is so valuable, because those are your thoughts, those are your actions, and you're making those decisions. So seeing that at another point in time compared to during game time, you can really start to go through the pros and cons to what you're doing, because you might not feel it during the time of. You might be feeling very emotional or impulsive, and you'll want something to happen, because we all have a need for money. So I understand why we're all here, but when you get to take a third person perspective to what you're doing, you can really learn from that. So
100%.
I really think that everybody needs to be posting, whether it's publicly or privately. The purpose is the repetition.
Yeah, we're getting a London High delivery here now. So people that are actively trading here today, if your targets were London High, you probably should start scaling something off here. Ash, did you see anything in this after this SMT? Like what were you be looking for here on your end? Or you not have the chart up right now?
So everything for me is a change in the state of delivery. So
you're looking for CISDs. Okay. So where are you looking, like on this?
So if you take the SMT that I pointed to, after that SMT occurred, ES went and closed above that swing high. So you were able to, I was on a 15-minute chart. The 15-minute chart was a little clearer to me. So you can see there on the 15-minute chart, you can see the inversion, you can see the change in the state of delivery, you can see the breaker block. And notice how I'm pointing to all of them, because I love to have the conversation with everybody about, the holy grail. Everybody's always looking for, inversions or SMTs or breaker blocks, when the reality is they all work.
They all work.
It doesn't matter which one you use. It's what does matter is what you're telling yourself during the time of the way you react to a situation. You might be able to point out a breaker block, but if you're too scared to get into the position, it doesn't matter what you know.
Doesn't matter. Exactly. And that's where it comes into, you got to be able to set your risk, set your targets, and have no fear. And that's where a lot of people struggle, is they get so, if the risk is too much, you got to scale down. And a lot of people get into the business and they use minis. And I'm always like, listen, guys, you should not be running minis. Like, drop down to micros, learn how to trade, learn how to scale positions first, but don't hesitate on your models when they present. I mean, you have to execute this stuff, without a hesitation to be able to really truly make money. So I always tell people, like, if you're feeling a little bit of anxiety in a trade, you're a little nervous, that means your sizing's too much. Like, you're just way oversized.
Very good. And so
look at this delivery right now. This delivery right now is so suspect to me because we have a 1 hour gap here that like price still is tapping into. I want to see how this ends up playing out here today.
Yeah. So the issue I have with this is, every unicorn's not the same. Every breaker is not the same. Every change in the state of delivery is not the same. Even though the pattern on the chart has a definition, the logic behind each one of those positions are never going to be the same. So what I'm trying to say is, knowing that we had Jackson Hole on Friday, that was clearly our expansion. So
that was expansion. Yep.
In my opinion, after expansion comes consolidation or retracement.
Yep.
So taking a look at the current change in state of delivery we have right now, everybody wants to be really bullish because they're probably still feeling that Jackson Hole move.
Yep.
And they're probably itching at the chance to go long once again. When in reality, we have no news today. And we see that the only news events that we have are at the end of the week, right? So in my opinion, it would be a time to be more patient and selective than normal, knowing that we have the news at the end of the week. So even though there's a breaker on the screen, that doesn't justify instantly taking that long. Is what I'm trying to say.
Chat, if you're not journaling what this guy is saying right now, like literally it's golden information. You have to understand that. Like, that's gold. You have a model here today, but what are we missing? We're missing volume and liquidity. We have no news. So look how poor this delivery is. Ash just nails it literally 100% on the head. You could have a model present, but what other factors are we missing here today? So that's a great point, Ash. I mean, I try to hammer that home all the time because people just want to find a pattern every day of the week. And I'm like, listen, you're missing some key components here. Either you have no draw, you have no news, volume's low. Like, we're still recovering from Jackson Hole. So that's a great take on that, man.
And you can really see it in the volatility. Like, I mean, look at Friday. Of course, we go on Friday, we go and make the range on the entire week because that's when Jackson Hole was. That's when Jay Powell was speaking. That's when Donald Trump was speaking. So it makes sense that the volatility on the week would be delivered then. So during days that have no news, like Monday, like right now, you have to understand that logic, and not just understand that logic, but be capable of handling your emotions and handling your thoughts. Because everybody wants to make money. I would love to hop in along right now and the thing goes screaming higher. I think everybody would.
Everybody would.
It just doesn't happen that way. You can't expect that every single day.
If you're a new trader listening into, there's 1,400 people in this live stream today. What I want to really hammer home here is that you do not need to trade every day. You need to wait for high probability trading setups. Your direct input to hours on the chart are not going to lead to you making more money. The more that you engage with the market, the more money you're going to lose in the market. So you have to build in everything that we're saying into your trading. And if you don't do that, you will end up losing money. That's just the truth. I've been through it. Ash has been through it. You're looking for high probability trading setups that only present a couple times, sometimes a couple times per week. So, less is going to be more in the trading industry. I mean, always.
So what are you doing then to hold yourself back from that day-to-day action. Like
I
people
just
don't even know how to fill their time to not click the button, right? Well, we're not raised that way too. Is the thing. Like, we're raised, work harder means make more, but that's not what this industry is. This industry is work smarter, right? So
Yep.
is there certain things that you have in your routine or your mindset that actually hold you back from clicking the button?
I've gotten to the point where I've made so many mistakes as a younger trader that I never want to do those things again. And it's more of just like PTSD at this point. So
Yep.
I have no emotional attachment to the chart whatsoever. Like literally, I do not care what it does. I'm waiting for it to set up for what I need to see. I always say if it's not a light bulb moment for me, I'm not trying to engage. So it's just a discipline thing, man. It's a discipline thing. I think this goes into being an athlete my whole life, putting, training hard, eating right, sleeping correctly. At the end of the day, those habits are they're going to show up on the chart, right? Like we know that that's going to show up at some point. Are you lazy in your real life? Like, are you out drinking and doing things all night long that you shouldn't be doing? You're going to wake up the next day with crust in your eyes is what I tell my chat. You're going to have crust. You're not going to be ready to engage. So there's a lot of factors that go into the discipline side of it. But for me, man, it's just like, if I'm not seeing what I want to see, if price is not coming to me, I'm just not even interested in it. It's just, you got to build that emotional control over time. And I think that just comes with chart time and experience, really. I think it just comes with doing this a long time.
I love that. I always reference the sports and stuff too, because, people really don't see that behind the scenes work. Like people just think, Kobe was one of the greatest because he was good at shooting the basketball. Like, no, this man literally worked every single day of his life. Like
Exactly.
you build the muscle memory by putting the time in.
Exactly. You got to put the chart hours in. People think they're going to show up and just, become a millionaire overnight. It's not going to happen. But with the way that the industry has, popped up with so much educational information, discords, courses, obviously you have to watch out who you're working with, but you can really cut that learning curve in half. I truly believe it. I mean, it took me about 4 years of my 10 years of trading to actually break even and then become profitable from there. So, it's not an overnight. I'm not an overnight success by any means. It's 10 years of hard work, but yeah, hours, man, hours, chart hours, back test, forward test, journaling, all that stuff needs to be, deployed into your business.
I highly appreciate that honesty because there is some misinformation out there, and it does lead people into some unrealistic expectations. The overnight success story is, you don't see that often here. Even though you see it every single day online, it doesn't happen as often as you see it online. So that's where it becomes like a little bit of misinformation. And in my opinion, like people just want a plug in and play type of, information or strategy, when the information you're receiving online, you should be doing your own due diligence. Like
Correct.
that's how you actually figure out if something's credible or not, by
Correct.
taking the information you're seeing, then applying it yourself. And if the proof is there, it'll come from you actually clicking the buttons.
Correct.
Like take whatever information you're seeing, go back test a year's worth of data.
Yep.
If you're capable of executing that, then maybe that's credible information that you want to use. But no matter what, it's still you taking ownership and putting the time in.
You got to put the time in. You got to. From your experience and my experience, I think we both know that you're going to need time. You're going to need chart hours. You're going to need to put work in. You're going to need to see I always say, for someone to really, truly understand this market, you got to see at least 2 full market cycles, because if you don't, you think people, like I have so many new traders and they think that we're going to be trying to put risk on every day of the week in August or summer months. Like price action during the summer notoriously is slow. So we need to be playing defense. Like I try to play defense in the summers, let that defense turn into a good offense, and then really try to like look for, great opportunities in Q4. So, not every month is going to be, we need to slam our positions and get crazy with risk. You got to go through these market cycles and see how price really reacts during all these different months. And of course, you throw in a trade war, a new president, like there's a lot going on in today's market. So, it just takes a lot of, I think, repetition and just years of work to really understand, the financial markets overall.
Yeah, you can really see that difference there just in presidencies, right? Like
Oh yeah,
when Biden was in office, you don't get that same kind of volatility as when Trump's in office.
dude. The Biden. I always
So-
make a joke. The Biden price action was crazy though, bro. It was like every day it would sweep a low and then just rip higher. We were like, dude,
Yeah.
it's so easy to trade.
Yeah. And that has nothing to do, for anybody that's listening, that has nothing to do with politics. That is strictly data talking.
Yeah.
There is a difference in volatility just between different presidents. Like literally go look at the size of NQ candles today compared to when Biden was in office. So it has nothing to do with politics and everything to do with the chart. But you're not going to see that unless you put the time in.
Yeah, you're not going to see that. You have to understand, and that's you can learn a lot about what's going on in the world just by reading charts, which is pretty crazy. So that there's value there as well. Yeah, if you guys are trading today and looking for trading opportunities, honestly, this ES trade right here, you're probably going to want to see this 1 hour flip above the midnight open and then possibly look for continuation. But I think you guys are better off really just chilling today because you have no news that's going to really, I think, push this through. So just be careful in this range. NQ is telling like a different story because we already flipped the 1 hour. So it's a little bit of a decoupled market here today, guys. NQ's flat, ES is down 0.15%. So tread with caution, man. It's the end of the month too. Ash, how do you approach the market end of the month?
I'm much more hands off. I try to get the bulk of my stuff in after NFP. The beginning of the month is also slower for me as well. So Wednesday to Friday of NFP, I'm really hands off as well.
Okay.
But then that second and third week of the month, that's where I try to get my big chunk of trading in. And then depending on those results, I will continue throughout the end of the month, but that's why I'm saying contingent upon the results. If I've made a couple of withdrawals in that second or third week, then I'm going into the fourth week thinking, I don't want to hand back what was just given to me. So,
Exactly. I always say that too. If you're up a good amount of points, like middle of the month, and we're in the summer right now, right? Like, why are we looking to hand back what we already did in the middle of the month just to try to trade? That's where the emotions come in with traders. It's like they think we have to trade all the time. No, sometimes we catch 100, 200 point trade. That should pay you for multiple months over, right? And now you're just reducing risk and you're just, slowly going from there. So like we always say, you got to know when to push it and when to slow it down, man. That's the way the market works.
and that's a part of the logic conversation, to go back to that one statement. If you see a setup on the chart and you've already made, a couple $1,000s in withdrawals on the month, do you really need to take it? It doesn't matter if you're modeled on the chart. At that point in time, it's a business decision. At that point in time, it's expenses versus income versus, it has nothing to do with the chart. You're looking at, okay, I've had this funded account for the entire month. I've had zero expenses. And now, do I want to stay in the funded account so that I continue to have zero expenses while I had a couple withdrawals? Or am I going to push the button and potentially blow it? And now I got to go back to spending more expenses.
Back to square one. Exactly. Yeah. It's not worth it. I just want to reiterate real quick that if you guys are here, we do have a 1 hour flash sale going on right now, guys. So 1 hour flash sale on the pro accounts. They're 25% off from 10:30 to 11:30 right now. So pick those up because honestly, me and Ash will be able to talk hours about how good the pro accounts are. I think they're some of the best in class. 14 days to pay out. I mean, they're just really, really solid accounts if you compare them, to the entire industry. So make sure you're picking those accounts up because I don't really ever see those go on discount that much, especially the 50Ks. I love 50Ks.
Yeah, I've always worked with the 50Ks.
50Ks are great.
So maybe we could change gears there too. What are you doing with the prop accounts? Are you? I love to ask chat this because
milking.
Yeah, there we go. Are you the type of individual to be churning and burning, or are you the type of individual to take it slow and steady? Because
okay,
I know
that's a good question.
Because there's a huge difference between people that are capable of having expenses. And yeah, it's okay if you have the cash to be using the expenses versus somebody that needs to take it slow and steady because they don't have that dispensable income to be, purchasing evals all the time.
Right. So my approach is to evals. I'm looking to churn and burn them. Like I'm trying to get through evals quickly. Like I don't want to stay on an eval for a month. I want to get through that in like max a couple days. So on evals for me, I'm very aggressive with my risk. I'm usually risking like half the drawdown or maybe a little less than the drawdown, but trying to get through evals quickly. I'm at that point now where I just don't want to be on an eval. For new traders, I always tell them, hey, take your time on an eval, figure out how this whole thing works, enter, exit. You know, a lot of people are new to using Trade-Evade or using NinjaTrader. Like you got to get in the flow with that. So take your time at least. But for me personally, I'm trying to get in and out of evals. And then once I get to funded, that's where the risk gets scaled back. My rule of thumb is for every $500 worth of drawdown in a funded account, I'm running 1 micro. So whenever we start scaling up, we just add another micro. So if I have $1,000 of drawdown, I'm running 2 micros. If I have 1,500, I'm running 3 micros. And we just keep building up until we're eventually, you know, running a good size amount of micros up to a mini, full size. But that's my approach to funded. So, and then it's scaling. It's just, you know, I always say if you're comfortable with a prop firm and you like what they're doing and their payouts are quick, like MyFundedFutures has like instant payouts now, just scale max with the firm. Like get a payout, put some money back into your next eval, rinse, repeat, keep going up the cycle.
And even additionally, are we doing that on multiple accounts? Because we can be copy trading too. So is that something you do as well? Are we copy trading these?
Oh, I'm copy trading. So I have a different approach to the whole copy trading thing. I'm copy trading 1 firm at a time. So I'm not copy trading with Replicanto on every single firm like some of these guys do. I don't really personally, it's not that I don't agree with it. I think it's dangerous. Like if you have one day where you lose control or something, like you're losing everything on these accounts, or you're having a big red day, you're red on every account. So my approach is trade MyFundedFutures, 5 accounts, whatever I'm stacked with, trade to, we get to a payout, and then I rotate to another firm. Just keep rotate, switch, rotate. So
very good. Very good. So we can see that, you know, the risk management there, right? Risk management's not just on the chart. It's also going into the way that you're approaching these accounts as well.
100%. I mean, at the end of the day, the prop firm game it's a business. You got to know how to play it. But yeah, I personally don't want to be putting a risk on multiple prop firms. Like I just would run 1 prop firm at a time, scale it to max funding, and just honestly keep milking it. You know, that's my rule.
And chat, I just have to say, I got to point out the fact that he's providing so much value. You can clearly see all the experience he has in the market, because it's almost like every single question I have, there really isn't even any hesitation here. Like he's already defined each, you know, part of his approach to the market, and there's no hesitation there. So you can see the muscle memory there, that it's not even a question. The approach is solidified, and it's, you know, at the point of it's time to execute. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is if you don't know these questions, if you have a hard time answering anything that I've asked PJ today, take your time to define your business first, because this market's never going anywhere. It's better for you to do your due diligence first and understand exactly what you want to do in this market than coming in here and blowing up and walking right back out the door.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a great point, is that this is a business. I think most people, I mean, I always say this, like, you can't be treating this like it's a video game, because some people do. Like, they think it's just numbers on a screen and it's a video game. It's fun, popping evals, doing this here and there. But like, this is a life-changing opportunity for the people that take it serious, that make it a professional business. So you have to have that in mind. That I always say this is one of my favorite lines. They already know I say this all the time. When you operate and you take a trade, I like to say, if I have to answer to 10 board members today as to why I took that trade, are you going to have the thesis to tell them why you took the trade? So many people have no reason why they're even taking a trade in the first place, right? But you have to kind of flip the script. You have to be able to build all this thesis into your trading and be in the back of your mind, be like, hey, if I had 10 board members and I'm managing $1 million of capital portfolio, how would I be able to answer that question today? Why did I take this trade? And I bet you 95% of people watching this here today can't confidently go back to a board, 10 board members and say why they took a trade. So start thinking like that, because that's very, very powerful. That's going to really kind of help you filter out the junk and the good trades.
I absolutely love that. Yeah, the whole back end of the business needs to be set up, to be completely honest. You know, as far back as even tracking your expenses, right? Like, are you even is there a spreadsheet somewhere saying, you know, this is the amount I've spent on evals, this is the amount that I have in income?
Are you asking me that? Are you like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no.
Do you have like back end systems set up such as that?
Yeah. I have a whole, I use like this Dave Ramsey program that I actually absolutely love. So like I just drag in my like expenses. Like I have a section I will say like eval expenses or activation fees. So like once it comes into my bank account, I'm just clicking and dragging it into that file. So I know what's being spent, what's coming in, what's going out. So everyone needs to run your business like that. Truly, you got to know how much you're spending, how much you're making. Like not even that though, but you need to know your data points. Like that part of the business is very, very important, as well as like the prop firm side. But if you don't know your trading data points, what on earth are we doing here? Like you got to know, do I suck at trading on Monday? Do I suck at trading on Thursday? Does my trade model present better on a Wednesday? Like, am I performing better this day of the month? Am I performing better with 8 hours of sleep? A lot of people don't have these data points at all. Like if I go to ask one of my students, like, hey, why are you not performing well? Where are you seeing issues in your data? And they can't tell me the answer. I already know you're not really taking it serious. That has to be something that is one thing for me that took me from being a losing trader to a winning trader, was knowing when I was trading the best, why I was trading the best. Like you have to know your data points. So guys, invest in a good journal. Stop just taking trades to take trades. I mean, listen, if you don't want to spend money on a trade, easiest thing you could do here, guys, is literally screenshot your trading setup, like right here. Build in why you took it. For example, we had an SMT at the 15-minute swing low inside of a 4-hour fair value gap, a change in the state of delivery, a London high DOL. Like have this all written, screenshot it, put it into a folder on your computer. Just you could do that for free, and then come back and read why the trade worked and why it did not work, and study this stuff, because at the end of the day, the way that we trade is all pattern recognition. This is all pattern recognition, and you're going to see this stuff pop up 1,000 times. And if you're able to identify it in real time, you're going to be able to make money.
Amazing. Such valuable information. I just really enjoy the self-ownership. Because a lot of people like to follow others. They just, they want to plug in and play type of system. And that's not how it's going to work. Nobody's ever going to click the buttons for you. If you're not going to put the time in, then you're not going to build the skill. It really comes down to doing some of these boring things, because that's what's going to build the muscle memory. And that's why I bring up the expense spreadsheet, because I would go out on a limb and I would probably put a full port on this, saying that, a lot of these people aren't even tracking their expenses. So like, how do we even know if we're profitable if you don't even know, your income versus expenses?
Exactly. No, you gotta know these simple data points inside your trading business to really take it to the next level. And that's what we're teaching, right? Like that's why we're here. That's why I'm on social media. That's why I'm on YouTube live streams on Saturday mornings and like helping people out, Q&As with people, because I want people to be able to make money. I want people to end up, becoming profitable traders. I'm really passionate about teaching people and working with them. And I think that's the same reason why you did it. You started, to obviously track your data, personally, but at the same time, help other people. So, the prop firm industry is a whole new industry for a lot of people. And again, it's a great industry to get into as long as you have the correct education, first. Don't just dive in thinking you're going to be able to take out $100,000. Like it's just not going to happen. You got to have a foundation first before you get into this.
Right.
You got to have a strategy, right, Ash? Like you got to have a strategy.
Without a doubt. And so I heard, was that a public live stream? If by chance Let people know where they can find you. If there are some YouTube streams that you do for the public, that would be great to stop in and hear what you have to say.
I try to do it every Saturday morning on YouTube Live. It's completely free. You know, we go on there for an hour and a half, 2 hours. I have people jump on calls and I answer Q&As live. So yeah, I just do that. I've been doing that ever since I started on my social media. We were doing it on TikTok for a while. Now I'm on YouTube doing it. So it's just a place for people to come in, get some free value, and you can rewatch it on YouTube. So you know, that's
awesome. So people can even call in.
Oh yeah, I have people calling all the time. Yeah,
nice.
We're doing a month of mentorship thing right now where it's just we're just uploading all the different Q&A calls that we've had on these live streams, and it's just great because I think a lot of people have the same questions, so people could just go and rewatch it and just be like, hey, I had that question and it was answered. So yeah, I appreciate you dropping the YouTube link in there, moderator.
Absolutely. And so that's why I personally enjoy doing this. There's so many different perspectives to gain with working with other like-minded professionals.
Oh, yeah.
We're all doing the same thing, but we all react to it differently. So getting to see those different perspectives, getting to see those different thought processes, that helps me learn.
Oh, 100%.
So like, for example, I'll go on Twitter and I'll post a chart and I'll just simply say, hey guys, who would take this trade? Yes or no? Would you take this trade, and why? Just because if you go and read through those comments, you're going to get both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to say this is the perfect trade, and then the next comment after that, they're going to say absolutely not because of this, this, and this.
Right. Yeah.
So it's so cool to me to get different perspectives because I get to learn from each one of them. And then when you see some of the repeating information that works out, now we can start to filter through like the pros and cons.
Of course. Yeah. It's a good way to get feedback. A lot of people in my Discord do that too within the community, kind of send charts in and see like, hey, did I do this right? Did I mark a breaker out right? Is this inverted correct? Just getting like live feedback is, I think, so valuable. So I 100% do agree. Chat, do we have anybody in here trading today? Type 1 if you're actually trading today. I want to know how many people we got in here. Type 1 if you took a trade today.
Yeah, did anybody catch the longs? It looks like those New York Open longs are starting to shape up pretty well.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, okay. Good amount of people. I'm all out. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, this trade is a slow burner, but yeah, it's actually working since it came into that 4-hour gap. Nice. Almost tapped 50% of the gap.
And how about ES too?
ES is looking pretty good, yeah.
Made a move, but so here's one of those things for that SMT conversation we had. Just because there's a concept on the screen doesn't mean that it has to work out perfectly. So I'm saying that because the way that I use SMT, the pair that makes the higher low or the lower high, the failure swing, whatever you want to call it, that's the stronger or weaker pair. So for example, what we're looking at here, I would call ES the stronger pair because it made the higher low that we're pointing to here. But then you go and look at the results.
Interesting take, yeah.
And NQ's already at the highs, right? So you can use a concept, but what I'm trying to point out here is there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees in this market, and that's why you have to use risk management.
There's no guarantees. This is a game of probabilities, guys. It's a game of probabilities. You want to flip the probability in your favor when your model presents. And at the end of the day, you got to watch your models perform over X amount of years. Like that's all it is. Like this is a probability driven business. So yes, the trade setup might look like it's an A+++++, but sometimes they don't work. And you have to have the risk set accordingly to be able to take a red day and recover. My biggest thing is a red day for a trader is feedback. That's giving you feedback, right? Don't take a red day like you're a failure. Like reds are normal. Like you need to be the best loser wins in this business. And some people just can't figure that part out. And I get it because I'm a competitive athlete. Like I always wanted to win. When I got into this business in 2016, I was like, I couldn't fathom losing, right? Once I understood, and I read the book Best Loser Wins, everyone should read that book. But once I understood that, I was like, oh, this is totally normal. Like this is going to happen. right? So you got to become a really good loser. Look at this thing. It's going to take Asia high now too. This is a slow burner, guys.
Nice move. Nice move so far.
94 points during this segment so far, guys. 94 points to that Asia high.
And so we got another 9 minutes here before we hand over the mic to Tom. So I love asking this question to all of our hosts here. If you were to start over again, knowing what you know now, what would you tell yourself? What would be maybe 1, 2, or 3 things that you would hammer home, knowing what you know now, if you were to start all over again?
Yeah, if I were to start all over again, I would start immediately with education of some, like, you need to have a model that's proven that you can actually test for yourself to make sure it fits your style of trading, your personality. That's the first thing I would do, because when I got involved in trading, I didn't do that. I thought I was just going to come in here, trade support and resistance, click a button and make money. So for my younger self, I would invest all that money into education, because I invested all my money into the market and I lost all of it. So I would invest in education first and really work with someone that obviously knows what they're doing, that's proven to do it. And then I would test it for myself, make sure it works. Again, my personality, everyone has different trading styles, different time zones. Figure out what time zone you want to trade. Is it Asia? Is it London? Is it AM? Is it PM? Have all that stuff situated first. And then, I would start with prop firms now, because it's such a low barrier of entry to get in. Like, you're not risking $3,000-$4,000 in a personal account. You're risking $100 or $60 for some of these accounts. Start there and just, start slowly scaling your business. But my younger self, I always say this to my group, like, I would have invested in the education side of it first, rather than just throwing money at the market. I will say, though, the market is a great teacher. You got to get slapped around a little bit, honestly, to really kind of learn for yourself. So, don't be afraid to, at that point when you're ready and you back test it, and to really get in and start forward testing the market. Like, let it actually teach you, how it moves, how it delivers, what it does at the certain time zones that you're trading. Like, that's just going to come with chart hours and experience.
Amazing information. Yeah, for me, it was detaching the emotions from the trading was one of the largest things. I'm very emotionally driven. I'm human, just like everybody else here. So it's not easy to, watch P&L fluctuate, especially as a beginner.
Yeah. True.
We're so driven by money that you watch that thing go up and down, and you start telling yourself things that are very intrusive thoughts, right? Like
I'm gonna get this Lambo.
Yeah, this one's gonna be the one, and or even the fear side of things, like, it goes nicely green, and then you say, I can't let this thing become a loser. And then next thing you know, you get stopped out at break even. It taps you out at break even, and then it shoots 100 points higher. And then you're sitting there saying, I knew I was right. I shoulda, woulda, coulda. I should have had that. And then you jump right back in because you think you're smarter than the market, and it just doesn't end well. So for me, it was the emotional side of things, being able to detach from the outcome, and along with that statement is being more accepting of failure.
Yeah.
We weren't raised that way. You had to pass the test to go to the next grade, and that's not the case here.
That's true.
You have to fail forward. You're going to learn so much more from your losses. And when you have losses, you can't go on tilt. You can't get so emotionally distraught that you can't give your business the same amount of focus the next day.
Yeah.
That's good. It really takes a unique individual to be able to get knocked down so many times and be able to get up again the next day and give it the same amount of respect that you gave it the first time.
So true. That's so
good. We attach our egos to it, and we identify ourselves with it when we shouldn't be. We got to be objective to the information. We have to detach our feelings from the outcome. And if I knew that from the very beginning, I probably would have blown a lot less accounts.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So, and then the prop firm thing too. I 100% agree with that statement. It's a much lower barrier to entry. For all those individuals that didn't have to experience funding a cash account and just losing thousands of dollars within the first day.
I've been there. Yeah, we've been there.
That burns a little bit hotter than, killing a funded account. So take advantage of the prop firms. It is a much lower barrier to entry. Just make sure you do it properly, though. That's why I asked him the churning and burning question, because you can run up the expenses here if you wanted to. So just make sure your expenses and your income are being tracked so that we don't, go deep into the red. We got to make logical decisions here, just like we got to be making logical decisions when we're positioning ourselves.
100%. 100%. Moderators, is it possible to are we allowed to do a giveaway here today before I get off?
I love the sound of that.
I mean, I think we should definitely give away some accounts. No, maybe a couple. Yeah, let's do it. Send it. I don't know. Let's do some core accounts for the group, to everyone that showed up here today. Drop the Kraken. How can we do it on the live? Should we just like pick somebody randomly? Ash, how do we normally do it? You want to just pick? Okay, pick somebody random. Okay, cool. We'll just pick somebody.
They got it set up.
Yeah, we'll just pick somebody randomly. Oh, this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard, bro. What?
Well, hey, you're the special guest, so I'm gonna leave that responsibility to you. So.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh man, I'm just gonna scroll chat. I'm just gonna scroll. There's so many people. Oh man. Okay. I got somebody. Seashell. Congratulations. Seashell. He said holler. How do we get his name here? Seashell. Seashel. Seashell.
Very nice.
Let's go. GG Seashell. How many more do we got? Couple more?
What a fine gentleman. This man comes on here, provides so much value, gives you an inside look at his business, and then he advocates for some free accounts. What a gentleman.
You got it.
PJ, thank you for joining us, man. I greatly appreciate your time. It was great to finally get to have a conversation with you. Absolutely. And the amount of value you shared today is just incredible. So
thank you guys for having me, man.
I really hope everybody checks out your socials. Let's get a couple more accounts if you can. I'm still going to put that burden on your shoulders.
All right, we'll do a couple more accounts, guys. Hold on, keep it going. Oh, I just want to say thank you again, Ash, for having me on here. It's a great conversation, bro. I mean, it's always a pleasure, listening to your side of the business, your brain. You've been doing it a long time too. So I appreciate you, allowing me to come on here, inviting me on here, and I think this is a banger stream, man. We've got a lot of people in here today, so I think it went pretty well.
Absolutely. I would love to have you again. So if you did feel like setting up something else, we'll talk and see if we can situate something.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. All right, let me get somebody else in here. Let's do it. Okay, I'm picking a couple more winners here. All right, here we go. Nima, congrats. Nima, Nima, congrats. You're winning a free account here today. Thank you so much for showing up to the stream. Appreciate you. We'll do a couple more here. That's 2. Let's go. Man, this chat is moving fast, bro. Fast. Scalp the trick. Let's get scalp the trick set up with 1, 2. Scalp the trick. Scalp that trick. Scalp that trick. Congratulations. You won an account, bro. Congratulations. Let's go. W's in the chat for scalp the trick. I'll do one more, guys. One more. All right, let's do it. Let's pick one more, guys. Keep it going. Hit the W's in the chat. One more. I got to get off. My segment's about to end. All right, I got you. The last guy, the DJ Day Trader. The DJ Day Trader, man. Congratulations. The DJ Day Trader. Let's go, man. Congrats. One more? Okay, one more. All right, Mod said one more, chat. Mod said one more. One more, mods. Come on, guys. How are we at 27K subs already? Wow, let's go.
Very nice.
Popping off today, huh? All right, one more, guys. Let's go. One more. All right, let's give it to So Fresh. So Fresh. SOFESHH. So Fresh. She said, WW, set me up. I got you, Fresh. That was a layup, bro. I got you. Congrats, So Fresh. Let's go. All right, guys. Everyone have a great, blessed Monday. Be safe. Ash, thank you so much, man, for having me on again. MyFundedFutures, I appreciate it, man. It was a fun stream.
Yeah, guys, one more time, throw a bunch of hearts in chat for PJ. Thank this man for his time. Some incredible value here. Definitely stick around. Tom is coming up next. Thank you once again, PJ. We'll hand the mic over to Tom now. Until next time, I hope everybody has a great day and stick around for Tom's segment.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, everybody. Hello, welcome. Wow, what a segment there. PJ, it was... I was enjoying watching PJ in the stream. And thanks, Ash, again. Look at what's happening. You hear it. The next dose is coming. Oh, yeah, it's happening. 53 resets. 50 resets, everybody. Come on. That's the way to start a segment, right? So many free stuff today. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Should have full ported today, right? Wow. Congratulations to the winners. 50. That was like an instant thing. This is really great. Again, I must say, I really enjoyed your conversation with PJ and Ash. Thank you. It was great. I was listening in the past 30 minutes. It was great. It was great. And so, again, hello, chat. We're back here again. Back here. It's good to be back. The positive vibes, everything. And what an awesome giveaway from MyFundedFutures. Like, absolutely record-breaking. And we just hit the 27K subs. Like, what is happening? MyFunded TV is just going to be better and more awesome than ever before. So, hello, chat again. And special hello to the mods and the hosts. Hey there, Ezra. Good to see you. What a day so far, right? What a day. Just amazing. Hey, Dabadeep, good to see you. Doing great, thank you. Doing great. I had a joint stream this morning in London session with Methodical Man. Had some good time. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go through some quick technicals of what we've seen earlier in London and so far today. And then you're going to get another example, like why do I like these zones and levels that I trade with. So I think it's just good to go through. The weather right now, Dabadeep, is just perfect, like 23, 24 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, absolutely perfect. That's what I like. Okay. So, interesting London session, but let's just, and I'm going to break it down until what happened until New York. And of course, as always, I mean, I'm just going to go real quickly. Ezra, I'm just going to go quickly through like a short little tape reading here because I think it's just important. Like, you know, guys, we talked about tape reading quite a lot, why it's important, just to look back of what's happening throughout the market. Tape reading is something that actually is going to teach you a lot. It's just almost like back testing, basically. So my voice is a little bit cutting. Let me check it. I'm gonna check it on my end. If my voice is cutting, let me know. But anyway, tape reading is something that's definitely helping you a lot. Not just so not just through market analysis, but building up that confidence and, you know, that context in your trading. I mean, the overall confidence and conviction is what I wanted to say. All right. The weekend was great. Thank you, Heather. Abhishek, good to see you again. So quickly, in London, first of all, there was a 50-minute supply zone in my terms. Like, I'm just going to explain the way I see the market. So, good voice. All right. Thank you. So throughout the, at the Asia Open, usually I consider the Asia session starting around, thank you, Ciro. So it's starting around like the 8 p.m. Tokyo Sydney Open. And, there was this spike here. Now, this is the 15-minute time frame. And again, let me just state this, that at the more time we go through the tape reading, it's not just a review of what the market was doing, but it's definitely going to help you to anticipate the next possible move. Like, we're taking educated guess. That's what we're doing. HTX. Hey, by the way, HTX, last week we talked about the strategy thing. I don't know if you were here or not. You can watch the VOD from last week's MyFunded TV. For you only, I had the make my own strategy segment possible. Anyway, so let's go here. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard time on Sunday. We had this bullish spike here on the 15-minute time frame. Now, I know it's technically not such a beautiful candle. It's a bearish pin bar. But the thing is, there was a sweep here, technically a liquidity sweep at 589 with this wick, because there was a structure here. There was a swing high. So in technical terms, this makes it a liquidity sweep on the 15-minute. And then obviously you saw this shifting structure multiple times to the downside. All right. So technically it was valid. The thing is that this was a bullish candle. It's important. I know it's just a pin bar, but at least it's a bullish pin bar. Okay. Anyway, it shifted structure and it pushed down as far as it was possible throughout the Asia session. So this was the kicker here, and why it's more important than usual. And it's important to talk about the level as well if you like these zones, because this is going to be somewhat useful for later, even in the New York session. And today is a great example for that. A pin bar is basically a candle with a long wick. Basically, that's it. Like right now, I'm on the 15-minute time frame, and yesterday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we had this bearish. Now, bearish pin bar, obviously, you can look it up on Google or YouTube. There's lots of simple explanations with this long wick, and it's hold on. It has this rejection, and it has the body of the candle on the downside here. Like it's almost like it can be like a doji on the downside, or it can be just a small body. But the thing is that like 70 or 80% of the candle's body should be a rejection wick. For example, here, I can show you another one here. It technically did not reject because there was no specific level right there. But I can show you another one. Here's a bullish pin bar right here, bearish. That depends on where is the wick is getting rejected from. It's like a hammer, basically, almost like the hammers, like bearish, bullish hammer, all these things. Okay, so anyway, this has pushed down there on the 15-minute. And so the structure shift happened. And the opening of the candle, as usually, that's what I go with, is at 575. I don't know why I put 74.50, but anyway, the opening of the candle on the micro is 575. So not the wick, the opening of the body of the candle. So that's where the zone actually starts. Now, I found that quite interesting, and so I started streaming around 2 a.m. Eastern Standard for the London session. And so I went down here, and I was kind of trying to go into a long position. First I was just waiting, so I didn't really do anything there. It actually created relatively equal highs there. But then after sweeping the Asia low down here at 518, I just wanted to go long. Obviously, we see what happened. This is where I took the long position. I just messed up my mind a little bit because I went long, then I saw this. Actually, I went long from at here on the 1 minute. Then I went long again. I closed it manually, went long again. So actually, I gave it 3 chances, and then actually I burned my account a little bit. So I just walked away. But later on, and this is why it was important to talk about this zone, and this is why I do love these levels. Stick around, exactly. is that these levels are really the ones that I'm looking for. Now, obviously, I left that level up there, and the market open was a little bit crazy. Everybody was waiting for the news or maybe whatnot. But anyway, the push started, and so I was just keep waiting. There was no fair value gap on the 1 minute here. So I would just keep waiting. And here we had a nice 5 minute bullish fair value gap. It's technically an ICT 2022 entry. So it was lining up perfectly with my target. And here I could finally take a beautiful trade. So this was live on stream. This was live on stream. But it was an interesting day. And so again, this was also a proof that how these levels are actually working. And by the way, going down into the 1 minute, just look at this, the high of this candle. So let me just put this back to, so the order block started at 575. Look at this candle at 1049. The high of this candle was also 575. Now, this is not random, as ICT would like to say it. This is not random, this. That's why it always gives me more conviction and proof and confidence that these levels are absolutely accurate, somewhat important, not always, but somewhat, I mean, most of the time, important for the market to go back to, maybe to just to, you know, engage into the opposite direction, which it happened here, but that's most likely like short-term sell-off, or to break it. One of those things. And this is basically my bread and butter. I told you guys. Yeah, it's somewhat ICT, but I would, you know, I usually try to mix. I mean, I'm mixing it up with supply and demand, basically. So ICT calls this order block, right? ICT calls this order block. I call it supply and demand. We can call it order block. We can call it Starship Enterprise. We can call it whatever you want, whatever it makes you comfortable. But it's basically a level that I kind of like to reverse engineer and use it for targets. So I'm not using for entries. And again, this was just a great example. Sam is long on gold. Let's go. Yeah, by the way, I'm kind of interested to see where this one wants to go now. To be honest, I think, well, let me just check a level. I would say it could possibly go higher, but it's just hard to take a guess right now. I have no level, nothing to go for. So the spidey senses are not tingling. I don't see anything. At least nothing I'm interested to take. Oops. So yeah. Anyway, this is the technical side of what I was looking for. Played out perfectly. Can I check dollar yen? Sure. Let's check it. I don't even know if I have it here. Dollar yen. I have it. Wow. Okay. Let's check it. Dollar yen. Yeah, definitely in a fair value gap on the 15-minute, in a 1 hour. Now, because it was a very, very big drop on the 1 hour, I never trade actually this one. I mean, I don't know. I think it was many years ago since I traded Forex. But let's just go with this. I would be just looking for the midpoint of this 1 hour drop, because the 1 hour is quite significant here. So here's the fair value gap. There's the midpoint. So I'm just going to put a line there. If you are long, or if you're looking for reversals on dollar yen, I would be looking around that 147.69-ish area, okay? Because that would be the consequent encroachment or mid-level of the 1 hour fair value gap or drop. Now in ICT terms. But other than that, I mean, I don't see any reason right now to short dollar yen. I wouldn't short this one for sure. I mean, even if it gets up here, and this is just a quick recap. Actually, you know what? I think it definitely has to go there. So even if it gets up there, I would say that this is what we can expect. Some chop session after reaching that 69.6, right? That's what I see. Nothing else. Nothing else. But yeah, just a quick thing. All right. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Euro dollar. I can do euro dollar. I need to dive into the topic today. You know, I have some really good info there. Euro dollar, almost the same. just reversed. Okay. We are in a free fall right now. Now, what to say about euro dollar? Almost the same situation. We should be seeing the mid level of the euro dollar 1 hour move here. And there you go. 1.16.66 ish area. It's not accurate. It's just like somewhat. Well, let's just put us here. So let me get this off here. So the midpoint as a possible interest of how much it wants to drop could be that level, that 116. I would not jump into a short. That's the problem. I would not jump in because there's basically we're in no man's land right now. I wouldn't do anything with this. It can just bounce up there. If you're looking to go long, I would rather wait until it drops down to this level, 16.65. That's what I would do. So basically the same thing, just reversed. Okay, let's just dive in, right? Stick around, you know. Hungary foreign euro. I don't even want to show that. That's just terrible. Could be an uncle of one of the chat. Do you want me to be an uncle? Okay. Okay. Definitely just fly here or make it happen. No problem. Absolutely. So these were the technicals. Just a quick look on ES of what I'm expecting, because ES could be still the driver, and NQ could be still shotgun. Nothing. Okay, nothing on ES. I would definitely no, definitely nothing on ES. We are at no man's land officially. How far is previous day high, by the way? I'm just curious. 50 points. Okay, never mind. I'm young and free. I am. So, how was the weekend, everybody? I hope it was awesome. I hope everybody's printing money. That's why I really hope. I hope everybody's making a lot of money. Dollar-wise, you know. Most importantly, you have to take that withdrawal. Once you get to the funded stage and once you get to that payout level, just take it. Nick, good to be back. Good to see you. Good long weekend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The weekend was awesome. I did enjoy the weekend. So, I do have something here, and I think it's somewhat important, especially when we're getting through these choppy areas that we had. So just look at it just once more in London. So the London Open, 3 a.m. to like 5, which is still in the official kill zone. Look at this. It was so bad. It was absolutely horrendously bad. Like 16, 17 points of range. I should have just not taken any trade at all in this area. But anyway. We have to get through these chop sessions somehow. Did you what? Tom, did you make today with what setup? Oh yeah, so I made a couple of $100 on fundeds, but basically this was my go-to setup today. That's why I explained it so thoroughly, and this is why it was so important for me to watch this level, that 575. I just entered on this gap here, took it, copy traded it, which I shouldn't have done because I just talked about it last week with Matt, but I took it. So do we have, we could be having another chance if you're anticipating the 650. By the way, did ES, how does ES looking with the new historical highs? Okay, it could be. ES could be still pushing for new historical highs. So 650, because it's a beautiful round number, just that previous day high, which is basically a Friday AM session high. That's kind of a strong level, I mean, in this short time. So yeah, why not? 40 points, more bullish. It's in the cards, okay? Could be possible. I can imagine that happening. Absolutely. That could be possible. But so let's just move on, you know, moving on. Talking about that chop, you know. Took TP, congratulations, Sarah. Nice. So it's basically what I wanted to talk. I mean, regarding that chop and the main levels, because this is what I somewhat introduced right now with this technical analysis, is like why strong levels keep you basically sane in the chop, right? So if you have, we talked about the pre-analysis, and what you need to do, your daily routine before you start trading. But like, if you have your levels, it can be the support and resistance level, it can be the swing high, it can be a specific order block or whatever is that you're looking for, a turning point, even like a moving average cross or whatever. I don't know. It can be a moving average. I'm not saying it cannot be indicators. So whatever it is, your level that you're looking for, which is part of your strategy or your system, it actually matters a lot, because those levels, if part of your system, are going to keep you sane. Now, here's basically the mental trap. Okay, it's very simple. The mental trap of chop, as we can use it. It feels like death by 1,000 cuts. We heard that, right? We know that. It feels like death by 1,000 cuts. But when you understand that strong levels are magnets, right? You stop fighting in the middle and start waiting at the edges, okay? That shift alone can actually save your psychology and your account. If you know what you're looking for, it's actually going to help you a lot more to wait out that perfect entry. I mean, there's no such thing as perfect entry, but that's another, because yes, we talk about the perfect A++ entries, but there's never really so much perfect entry, but that would be another whole different topic, okay? What I'm trying to say here is basically most traders lose in the chop because they fight the noise. That's what we all do. That's how I got chopped up a few funded accounts in the past couple of weeks. Yeah, I told you guys, it happened. I was basically so close. Actually, I could take a payout from a core account here at MyFundedFutures. I know it's just a core account, but it was still ready for a payout, and I just chopped myself up. I think it was like last week. Tough luck. I know it happens. So basically, the thing is, is that if you have these levels are going to help you to wait out this chop, wait through it, and go for your levels. Like most traders lose because they fight the noise, but basically the pros are surviving the chop because they wait for the levels. Now, the mental pain of the chop, we need to talk about that too. Payout is a payout. That's true. Payout is a payout. So the chop feels like the market is out to get you. Basically, that's how it feels like. Definitely raising a lot of bad feelings, emotions, all that stuff, right? It feels like the market is out to get you. Every entry fakes. Every stops get tagged, right? And this creates obviously frustration. You keep asking yourself why it's not working. It creates impatience. You can also say that, okay, I'm just going to take this next candle or whatever. So it can definitely create a lot of frustration. Tom, I literally felt like I was the market's only opponent, like I'm fighting. Sarah, trust me, we all know that. That is what the chop does, actually. This is fact. Exactly, Mr. Delusional. Yeah, I mean, it definitely creates the frustration, the impatience, and obviously it leads to the tilt. And we talked about this too, right? You keep saying, like, I have to make this back. I have to make these small losses back somehow. And we all felt that. We all been there. It's just happening. You're basically spiraling into overtrading. That's what the chop really does to us. I mean, most of us have this issue, right? Everybody has the biggest issues, the biggest problems with the chop. Everybody likes to trade when the market is moving. But the chop is the thing that kills our account. Now, obviously, we can talk about a lot of technical stuff, but it's basically the mindset that's going to save you a little bit, okay? So you're spiraling into overtrading, and you're basically bleeding slowly until you're mentally fried. That's what the chop is doing to us. Yeah, I have to get the profit today. Exactly. That's what it does. Now, basically, trading chop without levels is like, I would say, shadow boxing. Trading the chop without levels is like shadow boxing. You get tired, and the market doesn't even know you're in the ring. Really. I think that's a good example. It's like shadow boxing. You get tired, and the market doesn't even know you're in the ring. You just get all those frustrations. Now, why knowing these levels can change your psychology? And again, as I said, it could be an indicator. It could be a supply demand support resistance ICT level. ICT has like 80 something levels that you can look for. Choose one, what you like. This year, I don't even know what's the new hype. All these models and concepts. I mean, I did learn a lot, that I said, but I'm not following the new stuff right now. It's low right now. Yes, it is. But choose your levels, those things that, are the closest to you, or I would say that those levels that you get somewhat a feeling towards. Like after more chart time, the more you spend, I'm not saying to spend 12 hours at the chart, but the more chart time you spend, the more you trade, the more you day trade, after a while, you're going to develop that extra sense that's going to help with your skill. And that's going to help to choose which levels are you waiting for. Okay. So I could have just did like in London session that, okay, if it's not going for my 15-minute supply zone, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to full port short it because it just has to go down. But I didn't do that. I was just keep waiting for my level. I said, okay, if it's not happening in the London session, should be happening in the New York session. But let's just move on. Okay. Why certain levels, why strong levels can change your psychology? When you know the market will test strong levels eventually, you are having, you can accept, and you will have a much easier job to accept the chop for what it is, background noise, whatever. You stop needing to force action in the middle, right? So if I'm looking to go, for example, I don't know, let's just go down for an example to the 1 minute chart here. Let's just go with this level here, between 10 and 11 a.m. This chop here, what a chop, right? So I know that first I need to get out from this range. It happened here, right there at 10:50. If you're looking to enter on the 1 minute, I need to get out from this range. For example, you have the target not here, but maybe higher. You're aiming to break this zone. And you're saying, okay, I just need to wait to get out from this somehow with a displacement. Now, I'm talking about ICT terms right now, but with displacement, I would say that's somewhat an up-close candle, not just the wick. A wick doesn't count. I need a strong up-close candle, most likely with some sort of a fair value gap happening. So it basically happened here. So my first sign to get out of this chop, technically, and again, this is just a 1 minute chart. I'm not saying you should be trading on a 1 minute. This is just for example. If I want to get out, this is my first sign. Strong move, displacement, and I have a nice little fair value gap here. So once I have that fair value gap, that's basically a strong sign that, okay, nice. It actually is going for my direction. It's actually going for that level that I'm anticipating, which could be the 600, which is also a psychological level, but we're going to talk about that. Or I just want to anticipate that this supply zone is going to get broken. So nice. That is awesome. I can utilize this fair value gap to get out. Just an example. You still have, as long as you can identify it, you don't need to force yourself into a trade. Let it be short or long position, whatever. Exactly. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about managing risk, just like Mark Douglas saying it. I know. Yes. So when I see this, so one of the key rules, by the way, and just some small information crumbs, and this is just my personal aspect. When I see this chop happening right here, if I don't see fair value gaps, and if I don't see certain levels, now this created a high, this created a low, and I don't see the price breaking out in a certain direction, like this here with the wick, it doesn't count. Now we have an up close candle here, which could be good, but there's no fair value gap. It's pulling back down here. It's just not enough for me. I need something more. And this is a much nicer, stronger move. So once you have, that's why I said more chart time, a specific entry model that you're looking for, and you're basically have your targets, that important levels, that's going to help you not to force that action in the middle. Okay. Basically, you're going to shift from the FOMO mode. That's what it's helping you to do. If your level is still there, it's easier not to get into the FOMO. You can easily shift into the patience mode. Like if your level is up there at the top of the range at 597, you can still say, I'm still good as long as I can have a pullback into a fair value gap. As I said last time, if you can define your gameplay in one sentence, like the gameplay can be, Trader Hirsch, we're going to talk about the coin toss strategy too. So once you can define the gameplay in a sentence, then that's good. Then you're lined up with the market. I'm not saying to change the gameplay every day, but for every session, because you do the pre-market analysis, you can have a certain plan. Like you're planning to take out the top of the zone. Okay. So the plan is whenever I get out from the chop, because you were here at the market open and you were just waiting for the so-called silver bullet hour, then you can just say that, okay, it's still chopping, but the game plan is still valid. The game plan is whenever I get the breakout, we can call it breakout, but displacement with the fair value gap with the pullback, I'm just going to jump in. Makes it much more easier. Once you still see at least a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio or a standard 1 deviation, I used to say. Everyone need to find, something like that. Options diary. Yeah, everybody needs to find their own way. And I'm not saying, we talked about this last week, that what's working for me or Ash or Matt or PJ or whoever, it's not a guarantee, that absolutely not a guarantee that it's going to work for you. Okay, so what I'm saying here is it's going to help you to turn the FOMO mode into a patience mode. Now that is much better, right? And of course, you reframe the chop as time to rest your trigger finger. Yeah, until the real opportunity comes, right? Because basically, you can view the chop session like basically like a, how should I put this? Like you're just resting up. You're just, was there something happening? We got the 30K? Really? Are we going up there? Or 27,500? I don't know, but it seems like everybody's cheering. That's awesome. I haven't even checked it. So basically, you can also use, oh, nice, 500 more. That is, wow. So you can use the chop as a layer of confluence to say to yourself, and this is why you need to, this is actually can help you to reprogram or rewire your thoughts. Like, okay, no problem. It's a chop. I know what to do. I can just sit back as long as I still have my levels, as long as I still have a tradable risk to reward ratio according to the distance that you have to your level. I'm still good. I just have to wait for the price to make its move. If the price is not going up, but instead it's just going to go down, then you will know that it's a no-go. Okay? It's just going to be a no-go. You're not going to engage because your game plan in this example is to go higher. So if it breaks to the low here, no problem. That's just a no-go. You have to wait for your trade to come to you. You make my action go up. All right. So let me switch to the 5-minute. I'm kind of curious what's happening. So that's helping. Chop doesn't waste my energy, is what you need to say. It recharges it while I wait for the proper level. That's how we should be looking at the chop. It's basically not wasting my energy. It recharges it while I'm just waiting for the level. these are the small things that you really need to. You're hungry, okay? You really need to repeat, like not saying every day, but definitely something that you need to rephrase to. Okay. Also, I mean, there's more to it. Obviously, there's more to it. Green, what's happening? You worked so hard to get the funded account, only just to be emotional and blow it up. Grim, listen. This is exactly the same thing that happened to me over and over and over when I started trading with prop firms. It's so typical. I worked a lot, weeks and months to get that funded account. For my first funded account, I worked for 8 months. Or 10 maybe, I don't even know. 8 or 10 months I worked for my first funded account to get it. It was in a CFD prop firm, doesn't matter. I worked 8 or 10 months to get that. And I blew it up in 3 days. 3 days, all it took. Hey, Terry. Good to see you. So it took only 3 days after 8 or 10 months of work. Imagine the frustration I was going through. Once I got the funded account, I felt like I'm invincible. Everything is going to change now. I have the funded account. And it's such a trap. It's a trap. You have to fight against it. That's why we're here at MyFunded TV. That's why all the hosts are giving basically somewhat, the same information from different perspectives. And you need to understand it's happening to everybody. It's part of the process. You're going through it. And the feeling when you get your funded account after so many weeks or so many months is just, that's actually a good feeling when you get the funded account. So if some of you are just getting your first funded accounts after many work, that is cool. I think you definitely need to, pat yourself on the shoulder. It's actually a good job. That is great. And once you got the funded account, because MyFundedFutures now actually is super fast. You can get the funded account at the same day, by the way. It's super fast. Sometimes I got my funded accounts in like 2 hours or an hour. I didn't even know how it's possible. But anyway, I'm one of you guys and gals. I'm one of you. I am. So if you're in the same shoe, I just want to say, if you got your first or second or anyway, just first funded account, take it super slow. But I'm not going to repeat that right now. We talked about it. We will talk about it in another session. Just take it super slow. Forget about the profit, okay? Forget about the profit. Just go small positions. Focus on that setup and, 1 or 2 trades a day. Everybody was kept saying to me like, man, you need to keep it at 1 or 2. I had a mentor back in 2021. Kept saying, Tom, you need to keep it down 1 or 2 trades a day. I know it's hard. I was like, no. I don't care about it. I just want to make it quick, It never works out. Anyway, just moving on because we still have something extra with the chop. We need to talk through ourselves in this chop thing. Exactly, Dabadeep. I'm the uncle that you didn't have in your childhood. Exactly. I'm the hero Gotham needs, but not the one that deserves right now. Was that right? Okay. So just want to say, back to the chop, how to get through it, because that's a big obstacle. I think if I would have to guess, I don't have the data, but if I would have to guess, I think the majority of traders, beginners, and even expert traders failing or blowing up accounts is because of the chop. That is a huge obstacle, I think, for everybody. I definitely, thank you, Green. I am, but that's not official yet. So that's definitely one of the biggest reasons why we, death by 1,000 cuts. That's what we do ourselves. That's what we do to ourselves. I wanted to say. So we just have to get through this topic, okay? Come on, everybody. Behave. All right? So mental playbook for chop. Let's go. Jump in. Reframe the chop, the drum roll, as a waiting room. Waiting room. Methodical Man calls it a certain box, but I'm just saying it's a waiting room. The chop is basically the waiting room, okay? Chop is not a punishment. We're just reprogramming, guys and gals. Reprogram session in the way. So, chop is not punishment. It's preparation. We should be feeling lucky to be in the chop. No, Trent, that's not true. So, we should be feeling lucky and blessed to be in the chop. Oh, it's choppy. Super. Do we have the levels? Yes, we still have the levels. Nice. Then we just have to wait to get out of the waiting room like Neo, at the end of Matrix Reloaded. He's stuck in that waiting whatever station. You're sitting there at the chop. That's it. You're in the waiting room, right? Until your level is calling your name. When the level is whispering to your ear, like, come on, right now, the level is coming. Just push the button because I'm here now. Finally, the market is moving my way. And it's not the gambling man. That's finally the level. The level is whispering to your ear, like, this is it now. You can get out from the waiting room. You can imagine the scene, like you're sitting at that train station. And you're waiting for the level to call you. Anyway, moving on. Detaching from noise. Okay. Let's detach from the noise. The voices are like, your TP was hit. Now, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So, remind yourself, okay? Every fake move in chop is designed to shake out the impatient, okay? My edge only exists at levels. And so when my level is still good and I'm still in that chop, I just gave you an explanation earlier on the 1 minute. That's a no-go. I'm still waiting. As long as you, and by the way, I forgot to say that it's only good, when you're getting out of the chop, when you still have enough distance to go to that level. Like if the distance is just a few points, then forget it. Okay. If the chop is like just a few points away to your zone, to that fair value gap, to that moving average, whatever, the volume weighted average price, I'm not going to say it, volume weighted average price, that if it's super close, then forget about it. It's done. Okay. So obviously it's a very important criteria to go for. Okay. Also, preserve emotional capital. Okay. Mental playbook for the chop, preserve emotional capital. Yes. Every stop out in chop isn't just money lost. We talked about this, right? It's confidence lost. Okay. If you're getting chopped up in, that by 1,000 cuts, it's not just about the 1,000 cuts. It's about basically the confidence lost. Okay. Saving your mental energy is as important as saving capital. All right. Saving that mental energy. And obviously the mental energy, we're going to circle back to that as well. We talked about that like 2 weeks ago or something. How important it is outside of trading to be everything, be lined up and be in a normal state emotionally. Like, we're not going to go there right now, but we talked about it. It's also important. So if you're not feeling in the right emotional state of mind, especially when you're just sitting down to trade and we have a chop session, it's just basically, it's going to be a very hard session for you to trade. A very, very hard session. All right. So preserve that emotional capital. And of course, this is my favorite. The next one, trust the magnet effect. I didn't know anywhere else how to write this down to myself. Trust the magnet effect. My magnet today was that 575. I was trusting that level. That's my extra superb layer of confluence, conviction, or trust Magnus. Yes. True story about Magnus, by the way. He was working for CERN in Switzerland for a couple of months. He's a rocket scientist, by the way. He was working for CERN, and guess what happened? Everybody disappeared. from the building. That's a 10-kilometer tube there. I don't know what the heck. One day, Magnus just walks out and nobody else. And they were telling me it's not possible to open a multi-dimensional gate or whatever. And then he got the job here at MyFunded TV. So here we are. Anyway, true story. Moving on. Basically, the magnet effect. I would say that's why this is what the most important in these levels. Once you spend enough chart time, once you got to be lined up with your levels, you will have that extra sixth sense. Not the movie with Bruce Willis, but that extra feeling towards those levels. Again, it could be a moving average. It could be a fair value gap. It could be whatever ICT level you choose, the support, resistance, whatever. You start to see, like Neo in the Matrix, when he starts to see the code. You just look at the charts and you start to see, like, okay, like I saw it this morning on the 15-minute chart. I was like, okay, that's going to be interesting throughout the day. If this one just starts going down, I don't care. It's just a no trade for me. So let's just, wait. And my God, I love to wait. But only when we win, right? Yeah. Anyway, so patience isn't weakness in CHOP. Patience is superpower. Not like the one that you can join the Avengers or, I don't know, the Justice Gang right now. But it's a superpower, okay? It definitely is. Just saying. So I do have some examples, by the way. So definitely there are some examples to it. Like there's, for example, Trader A and Trader B. Like Trader A with no levels. How does a trader with no levels reacting to the market? Like Trader A with no levels, seeing the chop, tries to go long, then loses. Tries short, loses. Okay, tries breakout, fakes, and basically ends the day drained, tilted. Most likely, account is blown. Okay. On the other hand, the Trader B with the levels sees the chop, marks the key supply demand zones or whatever zones that he or she is looking for. Okay, sits on hands while the noise plays out. Super important. Waits 2 hours if it needs. I mean, if the chop lasts for 2 hours, it's 2 hours, depending on, of course, how much time it's possible to trade on a given day. But waits for the proper time. If it has to wait for 2 hours, then yes. Then nails the breakout and gets the level. Okay, ends the day calmly, confident, and disciplined. And we talked about the scorecard last week. Okay. Even when you lose, waiting for your levels, if you did everything by those rules, that's basically, so that's the way you can turn a red day to a positive confidence, a positive conviction. Okay. I think last week we had some awesome topics as well. Some great topics. The scorecard thing, I'm going to get back to it maybe this week, because not specifically because of the scorecard, but it's very important how to turn a red day. How to accept a red day as a winning day. Okay. Just a fact. It's very important. Once you understand what are those red days to accept as a winning day, it's going to be much, much easier to get through on those, negative days when you end up the day in a drawdown or whatever. Anyway, basically, Trader A and Trader B with levels, without levels, in the same market. So same market, different mindset. One trader sees chaos, of course. The other sees the magnet. And my magnet, and I said this 1,000 times, I will say it another 10,000 times, is always the zones. That's what I like. Again, you have to find your own level, including your own strategy, your own conviction. What happened? Somebody won. Ezra. I don't know what happened, but congratulations. and to everyone. I was just, partially reading the chat here. So, just saying that it's super important. Okay. The magnet. So those levels should be a part of your trading system, your analysis, your entry model, strategy, whatever. Okay. Oh, an account. Nice, Ezra. Congratulations. Seems like you got an account. Okay. I need a few accounts too. Anyway. Oh. And I was thirsty. Don't worry, it's not Palinka. Anyway, moving on. Some takeaways, okay, for this chop psychology. Oh my gosh, I only have like 8 or 7 minutes. So anyway, some takeaways as usually. Chop is designed to wear you down. That's what we know, okay? Unless you anchor yourselves to strong levels. That's why the levels are important. Levels equal to clarity. Clarity equals confidence. Confidence equals patience. Ba-bam. Okay? So when you trust that price, you trust that price will touch those levels, you're not going to burn mental capital in the chop once you know what you're looking for. Okay? Of course. That patience is what separates survival traders from spiral traders. Survival traders from spiral. I know it was a fancy line to write down, but anyway, I do like it. So most traders lose to the chop not because the lack of skill. I mean, many of us already know the markets. Many of us already know the levels. We know what to look for. Okay. But because they lose because of lack of patience. Chop isn't your enemy. Your impatience is your enemy. Once you learn what to wait for to get out from that chop, once you know what to wait for, what to look for, it's going to be easier to accept it. And it will be easier to think of it like it's a waiting room. It's a period of time. It may be a short time or a longer period of time throughout the session. Who knows? But then when you can just sit back, relax, listen to some music, whatever, while the charts are moving, hopefully, and just sit out that chop session. Okay. That's important. That is basically important. So yeah, let me know if you have questions about this, because I think this is a super important topic. Okay. The weekend was great, Corey. I'm recharged 100%. 100% recharged. I'm not leaving. I'm always here. I'm always in spirit, at least. But no, last time I was driving around to the city, I was listening into Matt's segment. And I always keep listening to all the valuable information. I'm always looking good. I know. Thank you. But anyway, I really hope that you guys enjoyed the way I tried to explain how important levels can actually save you from the chop, or can actually guide you through the chop. I would say this is most likely the closest explanation, like the levels, those important levels that you're looking for, are going to be your guidelines, and it's going to help you to sit through that chop session without doing anything stupid, right? Should take a payout as soon as you're eligible. Or Tren, depends on how many payouts have you taken already, or how good or bad, or how is your trading journey going. If you're still at the beginning of your journey, haven't really taken a payout, then definitely take the payout as soon as possible. Okay, Tren. Obviously, with the core account and with the scale account, some cushion is advised to leave. Now, for example, just to give you an example, if you feel enough confidence in yourself that you might as well just take out all the profits from your core account or scale account, just saying. But the account is obviously going to get blown up because there's no more cushion to trade with. But we talked about this. You can reinvest just a small portion and buy another core or scale account, right? But the feeling I'm not a skeleton, but the feeling that the money actually arrives to your bank and is on your bank account, that's going to help a lot to rewire your brain. That's going to help a lot to get your next payout, to build up more confidence. Basically, getting a payout is one of the strongest conviction in your trading model, or to build that confidence when you see that money on your account. So if you're still most likely on the beginning of the journey, just take the money as soon as possible. Take it and reinvest for another account and do it all over again, because you will do it all over again. I'm sorry to say this, statistically speaking, there's like a 99% chance that you're going to do it again regardless. So just take the money, buy another account, and start all over. That's what I would do. Hit and run, something like that. Exactly. Something like a hit and run. Yeah. So yeah, there's no such thing as certainty. Yeah, only probabilities. Exactly, probabilities. And that's why I do love that that sentence, that the only thing we can do is when we put on the trade is take an educated guess. Hey, Naked Charts, hello. Yeah, so take an educated guess, and the only control you have is basically risk. That is it. The rest of it is up to the market. So we are basically risk managers. I mean, I told this last week, right? Crazy Friday, maybe, when I said this. When I said, yeah, I said this. You can use it as a pickup line as well. Hey, what you doing? I'm a risk manager. Kind of cool, right? I mean, it's cool to say, what you doing? I'm a risk manager. I love that. Yeah, 80%. I would say even like 90% is psychology. 10% is, methodology. I would say, strategy. Yeah. So 90%. But yeah, I agree. The sabotage. It's not working nowadays. What's not working? Come on. It's working. Come on. It should be working. Portfolio manager. It's even better. Thank you, Abhishek. I'm going to write that down somewhere anyway. Portfolio manager. I love that. That's actually good. That's what I would go with. In terms of technical stuff here, by the way, the market is unplugged, right? It's official. Market is not moving. So hedge fund manager, for a hedge fund manager, you definitely need to manage a little bit more than just a funded account. But you can say that, risk manager, portfolio manager, basically, that's not a bad thing. I'm going to update that everywhere. I'm going to definitely, Abhishek, I'm going to update that. The Rocket fam is here. Rocket Scooter fam. I know. You guys are here. Hedge manager, that's also good. But anyway, the trading playbook. Yeah, I have a pickup line from the trading playbook. Yes, I know. That I'm going to release it maybe sometime. Thank you, Wei. Thank you. Oh, well, I'm going to teach you guys for that in the next session, maybe. All I'm going to say is that basically this session was awesome. I'm super glad that we could talk about the main levels here in trading. Again, let it be anything that you're looking for. You got to find your magnet. Whatever it is that you think that price is going to go for, just find it and use it. Use it. That's what you need to do as a magnet. And it's going to help you to get through those chop sessions, right? You know what you're looking for. You know the target. I would say if there's a less than 1-to-1 risk-reward deviation, I'm just saying don't take the trade, okay? So if your stop loss is higher than your possible profit potential on a certain trade, if you're close to that level, just don't take it. Then that's another red flag not to jump in, right? That's it, basically. So just saying. And here it comes. The music. Everybody. Where's my What's happening? Yes.
Tom.
Matt.
I can point up. I can point like right at Tom. See, look at this. Hold on a minute. Here he is. Look at this guy. This guy right here.
What?
He's the best.
Yeah. Look at this guy down here.
What's up, man?
All good, man. Man, I love this song.
I do, man. I vibe to it, man. I love
it.
I love the beat. I can't get enough of it.
I mean, me neither. I just love the vibe. Yes.
All right. What's up, chat? What's up, guys?
The chat is super hyped up. Super hyped up. Oh yeah, we are just breaking every number. Record-breaking subs. Everybody's super positive. So awesome Monday.
They just threw a giveaway just now. Did you just see that?
I was so much carried away in my speech, I didn't see it actually. I was just like, what is happening? I did see someone like some congratulating messages. What happened really? I didn't see it.
Yeah. I was like, man, chat is a little more hyperactive today than normal. Than I look on the screen. I was like, oh heck yeah. Luke dropping a fat giveaway right at the start.
Oh, he's doing that. Okay. All right.
Nice.
How's the day so far, Matt? What's going on?
Oh, thanks for asking, man. It's been cool. I had long signals out the door. Let me start over. I took, like yesterday when we gapped up, which is very rare for me, is I actually took a short right when we gapped up, and I set a profit target limit of 2,000 per account in the 2 accounts I shorted, and I put a stop and went to bed and woke up with $4,000 and didn't touch anything else. And then this morning, I've got 2 really good long signals. I took a stab at a long, then scared myself out of it and got out of the way. And then 2 minutes later, it rallied. So spilt milk, but I mean, that's it. How'd you do today?
That's part of the game. Yeah. Today I a little bit chopped myself in the London session, so I said no, thank you. And then I entered to a juicy long position. I know last week we talked about like not copy trading and not doing it, but I did it today for 2 funded accounts. But anyway, I took some juicy position here on that break higher on that 5-minute gap, and I actually just went for that 573.75 area. It was a nice trade. Actually got me out from that hole and basically some nice profits. So actually doing great.
Nice, dude.
Yeah. So that's all I did. And so far, I see the market is basically unplugged. But if I would have to guess, I can think that this one could go for that 650 level, maybe. I don't know. But we'll see.
I don't not see it. I think that, the pattern of don't fight the Fed is very true and very alive even since Friday. That Fed. Yeah. I didn't expect anything to come of, Jackson Hole. I was completely surprised that Powell changed the narrative. Literally from what we've been hearing all year was that they were going to be cautious and the data was looking bad. And now he was like, well, inflation, yeah, we've kind of accepted it's going to be 5%, but now we care more about the labor market. So let's cut rates to keep people from getting laid off, basically. And I'm just like, who would have thought that was going to be what he was going to say? That's not like them at all, but that surprised even me.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what's going to happen throughout the week. But anyway, all right. Chat, everybody. I just want to say thank you again. This was a great session. I enjoyed it very much. I have another great topic for tomorrow. And Matt, again, I wish you a great session and see you tomorrow, right?
Thanks, sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
All right. Chat. Throw some love in chat for Tom here. Really appreciate the intro there. We'll see you tomorrow, Tom, for sure. Welcome to my segment, Lunch Money with Matt. I'm obviously Matt, and we're here to do some live trades, chill out. You guys are putting turkeys and drumsticks in chat. What did I miss out today? What did I miss out on? You guys sounds like there was some kind of cool stuff. There's a giveaway right when I got in here. Looking very, very nice. Chat's hyped up. MyFundedFutures offering this huge the whole $1 billion giveaway thing. That's crazy, right? They're going to give 20,000 accounts, I think, to 20,000 accounts, 50K for $1. $1. Like, that's crazy. I'm excited about it. Very cool. But you guys got 4,000 subs in a single day. Dang. What? Oh, I just 27.8 thousand. Jesus, that's crazy. Wow. Congrats, guys. Congrats, MyFunded TV. I'm stoked to see that. So when is it happening? That's a good question. I don't know when it actually starts, but it might be live now. There's a website you can go to. I remember it was myfundedfutures.com/billion or something. Enter the $1 billion giveaway. Now there's a button to click. Looks like winners are announced September the 1st. Okay. How it works. You register to win. You enter the giveaway between August 25th and 31st. Registration takes just 2 minutes. 20,000 winners will be notified by email on September the 1st. And claim your account. You'll be able to go purchase your 50K core account for just $1 if you win. This is pretty good odds. 20,000. That's pretty good. I'm sure most of you will probably win. That's pretty darn cool. So that's how you enter. Go to the Abby's throwing up the link in chat. So just go there, guys, and sign up for it. I'll sign up for it myself. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know if I qualify to enter. If I'm a live trader, can I enter if I'm live trader? I don't know if I can. These are the things I don't know. If I can't, then that's one more chance for you guys to win, which is kind of cool. So exciting for all of y'all. All right, so let's talk about Friday's bombshell. I mean, I talked about it on Friday with J. Powell Jackson Hole. Normally, I shrug off Jackson Hole more often than I don't, because Powell doesn't necessarily use that moment to shift the narrative. And usually he just kind of reiterates what we already know. And the Fed has been progressively being less inclined to do rate cuts as the year has gone by. They wanted to do rate cuts back when, then Trump did the tariffs, and then more members of the Fed, and the dot plot was like 4 members are like no rate cut. Then the next dot plot was like 7 members, no rate cut. There's more and more people thinking no rate cut because of the tariffs. And now the conversations have been heated because you can see why there's some dissenting members in the actual dot plot. The assessment was because there's a lot of people saying we do need rate cuts. And it's the whole dual mandate thing, right? They have other things they supposedly, care about besides just inflation. The other thing is the labor market. The problem becomes if the Fed doesn't go in and rescue the stock market now, they're going to have to rescue the stock market later to save the economy. Now it's just to keep people from getting laid off when inflation's possibly high. The turbulence caused from the president's tariff plan, you have Wall Street sort of very bullish because of bullish fundamentals, but also very cautious because of, Trump's tariffs and the effects it's going to have long term. Powell came out and literally said tariffs are going to be short term. And this is what the inflation is going to be short term, short lived. And this is what made Wall Street flip out and went through, this huge rally that we saw on Friday. The idea that tariffs are going to be short term, tariff inflation is going to be short term, is likely due to the effect that companies are going to adapt and adjust very quickly, and prices are going to likely come back down. We're seeing some bleed through into PPI, which means the maritime will see bleed through to CPI. Michigan forecasts 4.5%, 5%, somewhere in there. That's pretty big, and normally you want to get rate cuts. So why are we getting possibly 2 rate cuts this year now, as Wall Street is pricing in a second rate cut? I thought we'd be lucky if we just got 1. And that's what everybody in Wall Street is betting on, just 1 leading up until Jackson Hole. And after Powell spoke, they think we're getting 2 this year. Why is that? Well, you think about what they're kind of like, there's like a secondary thing that the Fed does. They're not supposed to do. It's not their job to do, but they still kind of do anyways, which is control the stock market. They can because they can buy assets. They can simulate credit. They can control markets in general by doing other things and giving a little boost. And when you give a little boost to the stock market and companies, stocks aren't tanking because of this 5% tariff, right? What you end up doing is you're preventing them from laying people off in a mode where the job market's already in a weird place to begin with. We have a very low participation rate, which is one of those metrics that comes out that tells you that people don't want to get a job now more than ever. There's this weird environment we live in where people aren't clamoring to get a job. It's all has to do with AI and being able to work from home. And a lot of people now are starting their own businesses with AI and things like this are causing low participation rate. It's not the world from 5 years ago when you went out and looked for a job. When jolts go up and jobs are available, companies are hiring and paying more salary because, the companies are hiring but paying a lower salary because competition was there. Everybody wanted a job. So if there's available job and a lot of people wanting to fill it, demand is high and supply is low, then they pay lower wages. And now with the demand high and the supply low, the other way around, companies are going to have to pay people more just to get them to come into work. So that adds to the inflation on the front end. That being one of the problems. And the other problem is that if companies' stocks start tanking, they probably lay people off. What a madhouse. So now the Fed is like, screw the inflation. Let's just save the job market instead. It's the other part of the mandate. So we'll work on that. Probably cut some rates because, while inflation is going to be high, it's going to be short-lived. And while we do have this little bit of inflation, it's probably going to do something like this. And in the meantime, in the year or so that we're waiting for it to sort of stabilize, maybe close to like 3% or something, right? 2 is where they want it to be, 5 is where we're going, and 3 is where we'll stabilize. Sometime between here and here, we don't want layoffs to go like this. So now the Fed is like, screw our normal thing we do. We're just going to go ahead and believe that this is short-term enough that we'll just kind of hold through, and any effects of rate cuts that would raise the net inflationary level due to stimulation from the rate cuts, it's not going to be that bad. We'll just live through it. It'll be okay. So that's where the Fed is. We're certainly getting a rate cut in September, according to many people in Wall Street, like over 90% betting that's going to happen. A lot of people are betting we're getting one by the end of the year as well. Crazy town, right? So now we're sitting here in a weirder place when the market was trying to sell off. And now it's like, psych, we just kidding. JK, LOL, we're back. And we're back, right? Maybe. So Wall Street was trying to push. Remember the last couple of weeks of trading, right? It wasn't breaking through highs. We were just basically scalping. Then we had 2 days of sell-off, which sort of recovered. And all of a sudden, the FOMC comes through and pushes us back to here. We're still in a downward trajectory in the NASDAQ. There's still heavy rotation out of tech. We're dealing with that still. And then S&P is back almost close to all-time highs all over again. So the way that I'm staring at this, I'm just like, okay, well, where do we go from here? This is certainly not bearish, and all of Rocket Scooter's tools are bullish as well. Out the door was bullish today. I do feel like the market is still pressing, somewhere in here, and then we're going to answer the question maybe a couple days up, or retracement of this, and then figure out where we go. We're still in a place where volatility has still kind of like pacing itself to be like, well, we're not there yet. Be careful. My magic volatility number, the contango midpoint, we are still hovering above it. And VIX seems to be locked in slightly above the level, which is not the good place you want to be for a stronger bull market ride. You want the VIX to be kind of in decline and decay. And another thing is that VVIX is relatively low, which means the VIX isn't going to move around a lot either. So it's kind of like stuck where it is in a bad spot. So because of that, volatility may be somewhat higher than normal. And so today I come into trade knowing this, like, okay, the market's going to be kind of bullish. I mean, I shorted overnight just on the big gap up because that was a pretty extraordinarily big gap up. And I just faded it out and made 2,000 on 2 accounts, just something small. And I was rotating just 2 accounts. And then this morning I was rotating into 2 more. And this morning I woke up to some bull signals, liquidity pocket. You guys know the drill. I long this every single time. I got in on the long, held through the turbulence. And then once I got this candle and I looked at all of my indicators, getting kind of mixed signals, I was like, it's bullish, but I'm going to stay out of the way because the VIX is probably high and Trump is talking later. So the market might give me something better to play with. All morning I was eyeballing like this lower pocket. I was ready, like armed and ready to hit this hard. 360, 400 level, man. This was A+ if there ever was one. And normally I hold through this every single time, but I already convinced myself to trade small this day. And then I just decided to just kind of just sit out and wait. Statistically, though, I should have taken it. I'm kind of hitting myself for not doing it because it's my favorite setup. But just because VIX is where it is, I was just kind of being cautionary. Nothing wrong with sitting out and chilling. So I know I took a short for the first time in a while. And this was just to, and again, it was the reward to risk was pretty good. I was betting on us retracing Friday's move to the upside, and we went literally exactly to point, which was good. And again, it was just a 50-50 shot on that. It wasn't really a strong long-term or a strong long bet. It was just, the R&R was definitely good. And I just set a stop and set a profit target. And actually just set the profit target to 2,000 and automatically close it out in my sleep, which is kind of good. That's basically it. Yep. That's it. And so now I'm just chilling. I'm waiting to see where I end up, at least for the rest of the day. I'm still feeling, market's nothing bearish about today's read. We have our greater market signals that we look at, which is a combination of gamma exposure levels and longer term, short term levels, and an aggregate of stocks. So greater market is 3 indicators that we use to see if the market's bullish or bearish. The first one is if this indicator is greater than half, and that's at 90%. So 90% of the market cap of the S&P is in a bull zone, which means almost all the stocks are bullish today. We woke up to bull market. Number 2, SPY gamma exposure is getting SPY's maximum gamma exposure market makers is positive. So long hedging, SPY greater than MHP. That's all this means. So there's an orange line on my algo, and as long as you're above the orange line, you're getting net positive order flow, not negative, not shorting, but net long order flow to hedge on the monthly scale. So that's good. The last thing is our 3-month prediction tool, which is monthly maps, which can look 3 months into the future, and monthly maps are actually bullish as well. So all 3 of the greater market indicators are bullish, just with the VIX caution today, which is tight. Like, I like the idea the market's back to being bullish again. I did buy my puts the very last moment of the day on Friday, just to hedge so I can continue to long today, like I told you guys I was going to. I only threw 10K at it, nothing big. At the end of this week, I'll throw a 10K again, as long as signs are still wonky and VIX is above contango midpoint, which means volatility could be there, but I'm not bearish the market. I think of it like this. I'll teach you guys a cool hedging trick when it comes to prop firms, right? I've taken like 60K in payouts, I think, or I don't know, 50 to 60K in payouts somewhere in August alone. So I'm sitting here right now like, okay, so what do I do with my payouts? So when I make money with prop, what do I do with it? So imagine this. If I go into all of my prop accounts and I add them up, like I've got 12 that I'm trading, right? And 12, let's just say they're like $500 a piece, right? Just to kind of talk about it. $6,000, okay? And as long as I'm longing the market when it's bullish, there'll be days where I just make some money. Today's the day I made some money. I have 6,000 worth of value sitting there. I bought 10,000 worth of puts just in case the floor falls under my feet. Now, the example would be like I'm trading in a particular day where I buy and I have long pivots all the way down, and I buy and rotate in 2 accounts and then they fail, and then 2 accounts and they fail, and 2 accounts they fail, and 2 accounts they fail, like the transitional day that flips the market bearish due to margin calls or whatever from like a volatility event. Well, in that particular day, let's just say worst case scenario, I blow up every prop account I have and I waste $6,000. The way I've structured my puts in this sort of questionable environment will 5x. So I'll make 50K for the most part total on the 10K I spent. So I'll probably like walk away with 30 to 50K in best case scenario if the market does fall to my level over the next 4 weeks. Now, with that being said, if I blow up every prop account, I make more than enough to replenish them and keep going. If I don't have the market sell off, then I just keep longing every day and try to pay off the 10K tab. And that's just 3 or 4 days worth of trading if I get lucky. So the idea is that I do a lot of this only at transitional moments, but I'll hedge my entire prop stash with cleverly placed puts at the right moment in time, just to make sure if the market falls under my feet and blow up all my prop accounts, I'm kind of happy that happens because I made a whole bunch of real dollars to go with it. And then I take my payouts and my options on occasion. And it's very rare that I do this. The last options trades that I had made in this market were back in, let me show you guys. And I only do it when I can identify big possible transitional trades. The last time I bought options was way back here. On this green day, on this very next red day, I grabbed calls, and those calls made me 50K. Had I held on to them to expiration, I know we don't like to talk about it, but I left $1.6 million on the table by not holding them all the way through. I was happy with my 50K, and I took my profit right over here. And who would have known that Trump was going to solve the trade war with China that very same weekend? That would have been a gamble to keep holding, but they did. I left 1.6 on the table, and everybody was following that journey of those trades. But anyways, that was the one time I bought calls. And then when the market fell these days, at the end of this day, I bought puts and they expired worthless, which is fine. And then today, on this day, I bought puts one more time. And the reason for that is just because VIX is on the edge. And when VIX is on the edge, I can do one of two things. Either A, I can hedge my long positioning with long calls in the VIX, which is one thing, or I can hedge my long positioning with long puts in the index, which I think is a safer bet. Betting on volatility is hard. It's hard to predict when traders are not going to be there. VIX is the absence of liquidity. So if traders are like not around and sort of like absent, you don't know what they're going to do, which is why it makes betting on VIX hard. But when traders are present in the market, you can see their hand and you can see, well, they're long or short the index. So it's easier to see traders revealing their hand because they're participating by shorting the index. But the lack of participation would indicate the market's volatile. You can't tell if the market's going to move at all or if VIX is going to move at all. It's very hard to predict. And also with the low VVIX, the chances of VIX moving is very, very low as well. But just because chances low doesn't mean it can't happen. So I'm going to continue to stay long the market as I am every day, but also just have some puts underneath me just in case. Now, my strategy with this one, again, this is just a hedge. I'm, again, trying to create like a, infinite money glitch. Not really, but I mean, it's pretty safe with the low barrier of entry into prop accounts. If I continue to long and make 10 or 15 or 20K a day, I can easily pay for the 10K that I spent right here. So I bought 10K, and at the end of this week, if it's green, 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 it sort of tops below highs, I'll buy puts one more time over the course of the month, and then I'm going to keep long in the market in my futures account. I win in both directions. The only way that I lose is that the market chops inside of here and the puts don't pay out and my longs still get chopped to all get out. But if the market does trend and keep going in either direction, I'm sort of good by playing both sides of the market this way. And again, I'm going to take the long side and increase my odds of making wins by longing every day in this environment because I'm hedged in case the market falls. If the market falls and I lose longs, I'm totally fine. I don't lose much because the prop accounts only cost $400 a piece, $500 a piece. So the mentality of an investor is what you do with bigger money once you start making it. Some people always ask me like, hey, I made my first 5K and my payouts and whatever. Like, what do I do with it? Where do I put it? Where do I invest it? And people are saying, maybe I should buy something with it or go pay some bills with it. Your idea of trading, especially with props, is to take the money you make to fuel more trading. Your goal is to try to build a self-sustaining machine as a trader. Tools that never go dull, like you're a carpenter. Every time your saw breaks, you have to buy a new saw. Anytime your tools go dull, you have to sharpen them and keep them going. As long as you still have your tools, you can still do your work. And in trading, your job is to take that money and keep it going. You make $5,000 in payouts in prop firms. What do? You do nothing with it. You put it aside because you will blow up again. And now you have money to keep going, to keep buying more props, and you get a payout, put it aside. Hopefully you get to the point where you make money and you have enough to keep fueling your system that you can keep going. And ultimately you build your own bankroll slowly that way. And then you put some of it into your real trading account. And then you blossom from that, right? For me, taking close to 60K payouts this month, I've got money to do stuff with. What am I using it for? To structure more risk spread trades out. I'm going to continue to long in props and continue the payout machine. Payouts, baby. And then I've got puts in case I lose it all one day. And everyone on social media be like, oh, did you guys see Matt on his stream? He blew up all 12 of his accounts. They all lost everything. Oh, it really sucks. And they're like, yeah, but did you see his options bet? Oh, yeah. Well, what matters at the end is the net of all the trades, right? So being like, as you continue to start trading better, as you guys are doing better at trading, make sure you start thinking about how you're going to continue once you start making your windfall. Most people are short-sighted in trading. You haven't even gotten a first payout. Once you get your first payout, you're so excited you got it, you don't even know what to do. But it's like when you're on the first date with the girl, you need to be planning your second date because you're normally like, she's probably not going to hang out again. But what if she does? You're like, what do I do? Right? Always have a backup date in your pocket. You're hanging out, you're at dinner, things are going well. And she's like, yeah, you want to do something else? You don't want to be like, what do I do? Have in your back pocket. Yeah, I got this cool place we can walk to, grab an ice cream cone or something. And like, I'll take you over there and we'll walk. And like, you already know what you're going to do next, right? And you seem cooler. She's like, oh, this guy's cool. He's got cool ideas, right? And so in trading, always be planning ahead. Like, what are you going to do next after your first payout? A lot of you guys aren't thinking past your first payout. Right now, for me, props provide supplemental income, and then I make enough from props that can continue to hedge my prop supplemental income to even lower the risk even further than it already is. What a cool machine I built. It just perpetually keeps going. It completely funds itself, which is nice. Now, you have to be decent at trading to be able to, have success to do that, but it's possible, right? And your goal is, it's not like I'm going to make all this money trading and buy all this cool stuff. It's like, I'm going to make all this money trading and never have tools that go dull. I can trade forever. I could stay in the game forever. You never get the second date. Yeah, buddy, but you will one day. And when she's like, where you want to go now? And you're like, oh man, I got this cool place we can walk to. We can look at the stars. There's a waterfall. And she'll be like, oh, this guy's so spontaneous, right? But really have a backup plan. And I don't know why you guys are posting drumsticks in chat. I've seen you post that a lot. So if you're actually trying to post drumsticks because you're hungry, or are you trying to post drumsticks because you just like chicken? Not really sure. But looks like the mods thought that was annoying. Top tier analogy. Be ready for your next payout. Your first payout that comes through, what are you going to do next with it, right? And for me, it's like, how cool is it just to go continue longing the market, right? Because I think the market's bullish. And once I get a scare where it could possibly be volatile, then I just, what happens if I go through and I make 30, 40K next month, right? In props, and I just spent 10K on insurance. All it does is cut into my wins a little bit, which ain't so bad, right? So I kind of win in both directions. I lose if the market stays flat and chops, which I don't think it's going to do. Market's on the edge. It's volatile, and it's going to move one way or the other. We're not going to stay in this range for long is what I feel. And I'm good either way. So over the next month, I'll easily make 20K, 10K, whatever. I'm planning to buy 20. I have 10K invested already. Do I think the market's bearish? No, I don't. Now you guys are throwing more drumsticks in there. Wait, but y'all, I see everybody's like long chicken. What was that Family Guy skit where it was like waffles, everybody want waffles. Remember the guy? That's what it reminds me of. So everybody buy chicken. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? Yeah. You guys are just so bored to drop in anything. Is watching paint dry that boring to y'all? Only like the market chicken prices only go up. It's because chicken inflation is going up. So carnivores unite. The idea that I'm chilling right here is that if the market goes straight up, I bought the puts in a day or two of trading. Like I made 4,000 today. Well, actually shorted today, but and then nothing else on the long side, which is going against my hedge. But the only reason today I decided to talk myself out of it was just because things are a little weird on the volatility side. And I know with the market being like super sensitive to catalysts and stuff, I don't necessarily want to be taking a lot of risk. That's kind of where I am. So what is y'all's favorite emoji, by the way? Of all the emojis that exist, what would you think what is your favorite emoji? I've got two. It's the rocket and the scooter, obviously, but let me see y'all's favorite emoji. I want to see it, but for like 1 minute. If y'all post emojis for more the spinning circle, that's pretty cool. You guys get 1 minute to post emojis. And then if it gets too annoying, I'm going to be mad at y'all. What is y'all's favorite emojis? Let's see it. Wait, oops, I didn't mean to. Oh, no. Exit. No, I didn't mean to push a button there. What the heck? Okay, let me do this. I'm trying to get my emoji. I'm trying to get to the emoji. Okay, I accidentally entered a trade and exited. I didn't want to be in a trade. What the heck? Okay, let me get the emoji chart here. Trade-A-Bait usually freaks out, and I'm like trying to push buttons to see if it's clicking on. So sometimes Trade-A-Bait just breaks midday. I have to refresh it to get it going. Okay, Emojipedia. We have fire chart going up. Emoji. Oh, that's not it. Let me get it good. Emoji down. No, emoji list. Okay. Chicken. Obviously chicken. I know yours is. Peaches. Okay. The syringe, the pretzel, the rocket. There we go with the rocket. The tongue sticking out. The dollar sign. Chicken leg, tongue, dinosaur. The dinosaur is pretty cool. The chicken and the monkey. And the peach. Dracula. Abby likes like the lizards and dinosaurs. That's cool. Flamingo. Very cool. Very cool. I'm preferential to the rocket and the scooter. And when I was naming the company, I was excited that I can spell the company name with I was getting the emoji list here. That could spell the this is like the world's slowest scrolling here. Oh, it's still loading. That could spell the entire name of the company with emojis. I was excited about that. It's like taking forever to load up. I don't have time to scroll. Look, it's still loading. Yeah, screw this. Experiment over. And it's all in a straight line. I wanted to see them all next to each other. Oh, wait, you know what? I've got emojis here in the platform. But I can't search for them. I have a couple from my stream that are pretty cool. I don't know if I can. YouTube people. Oh, I can only put them in my. Oh, they're my super chat emojis. Yeah. Yep, I definitely am not a big fan of the web version of Tradeovate because it like freezes up all the time. And it just locks up and I have to reboot it. Do you guys, is it just me or does it happen to you guys as well? Like every once in a while, it just literally like freezes up. You just have to like refresh it all the time. You use it on Opera, all good. Yeah, I use it in Firefox and it just literally just the web version is a bit laggy. Yeah. I use the desktop app, but it only lets you log into one instance of the desktop app. I wish I could log into the desktop app twice and have a whole bunch of DOM sitting there, but desktop apps kind of sucks like that. What's the S&P doing? The S&P is not moving up as fast as the NASDAQ is. There's a little bit of rotation out of S&P and into NASDAQ a little faster. Tech was doing a little bit better than expected today. And we saw a lot of, oh, that's not what I was looking for. We're talking about, I realize I have this on my screen. So this is a continuous cooling transformation diagram for carbon utectoid steel. I put a cough drop. This is like so funny. I had a cough drop that I put in a bunch of them in my backpack. And this was always a whole talking point on my stream. This led to a long talk about physics. So I had these Ricola cough drops right in my backpack. And my computer was like cooking the inside of my backpack for the longest time. Ooh, there's a quickie little drop there. And so the structure of the cough drop has changed significantly. Like I went to eat the cough drop one day and it like literally just melted like a slush. It wasn't even crunchy or chewy. Like I can squeeze it with my finger and just sort of melts. Like the chemical structure was permanently altered in this cough drop. Now I like the texture of these like melted mushy cough drops. But I was talking about how like I was like heat working these cough drops into a whole different new type of chemical. So then it took us down this whole rabbit hole in this like kind of slow, boring day. We convinced ourselves on my stream this morning that we lived in a simulation, and that's where we ended up. Yeah, so that was fun. The chemical structure was permanently altered in the mushy cough drop now. but that was it. This is a chemical drop. It still tastes the same, so I guess it still works. But let's see a little bit of selling pressure. I'm just trying to get the S&P stuff up here. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. And we'll get the, oops. What the heck is, oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Let me load this up. This guy right here. And so it took me back to my engineering days when I was talking about how when you're making steel, you heat it and cool it different ways. You create different kinds of steel. And that was like, I just like created some kind of like new cough drop structure. I should patent it. So here's a little bit of, let me refresh, make sure this is up to date. Tech a little bit better than expected. So the communication services, you know, Apple, Google, and Netflix are all in there. Tech is going to be your Microsoft, NVIDIA, all that stuff. Apple inside of here as well. Your Mag 7 doing all the heavy lifting today. Everything else are doing bad. Consumer staples bad. Obviously, inflation is hitting that. Healthcare is really bad today too for some reason. But right. So really just being, the market's still just kind of retracing and floating off of big tech and rotating pretty heavily. We saw NASDAQ moving much faster than the S&P was moving. The S&P was just kind of inching forward, which is why I was sort of like excited to not do much, as we weren't getting a lot of momentum out the door here. When I did pull the plug on my long trade, which was exactly there, the S&P didn't really do much. We've been up like maybe 7 to 10 points at the most today, which there was no opportunity in the S&P. I'm kind of glad that I can avoid what I thought was going to be a choppy day, but NASDAQ surprised me. All signs were certainly like not super bullish, but signs for choppiness, at least up to there. And I was holding out for a NASDAQ trade to long at the bottom there. I just didn't get it. But this actually surprised me as well. It went up a little heavier than I thought it was going to. But we'll see how Wall Street was just, you know, pushing higher on tech, and everything else is looking pretty bad, and S&P is not reflecting it. S&P is sort of barely filling its half gap, and NASDAQ is gapped and gone. So there's a big discrepancy between the two. We can see with the resilience number, the S&P is practically zero. So half the market cap is above gap, half gap, and the other half is below. NASDAQ is certainly strong and bullish by market cap. So two of them together, I usually trust the S&P more than the NASDAQ. Obviously, you know, with rotation is what we're probably seeing into tech right now, with everything else doing bad. It doesn't mean that everything else is going to catch up and do good. Rotation sometimes can end up back where you started. As people are getting into one thing and getting out of another, the market can usually stay put. Now, NASDAQ might not stay put, but S&P might. We're not seeing a strong push either direction. And even as I'm talking, like telling you guys, this looks like we had a little bit of midday volume there. Let me see if there wasn't a news event to go with that. Trump talking. Trump's always talking, though. Oh, yeah. Trump's saying stuff, clearly. We want to denuclearize. We want denuclearization with Russia and China. I think Russia and China be willing to do it. Oh, well, I think he'd be willing. He thought they'd be willing to negotiate on a trade deal as well. So we'll see how that works out. So Trump chatting, you guys. Get ready for some turbulence. Somebody said, "Hi guys, I'm new." Welcome. It's cool to be new. What do we do here? We mostly post emojis of chickens, which makes sense because you're pigeon. Mostly chicken thighs, chicken legs is kind of the thing that we do here. and that's it. And occasionally talking about the markets. Adam, you're new here as well. You guys are all new. He's delusional, thinking Russia denuclearization. Yeah, I know Russia has just as many nukes as we do. There's no way that's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. I'm new. Is this the MyFundedFutures CEO? Am I the MyFundedFutures CEO? No, I'm not. There's just too many people in trading named Matt. This is the problem. I'm not that Matt, but I'm another Matt. I am the CEO of Rocket Scooter, though. So we're both Matt, executive level Matts, slightly executive Matt. Chicken 25 is gonna be the next code drop. That's too funny. I am the somebody says I'm the CEO of trading. Dang, that's cool. That is pretty cool. Well, just like, I don't know, they used to call, if you guys played Apex Legends, they called it Imperial Hal, the CEO of Apex. That's a good title to have. That means you're like the top dog. So today, is Luke the CEO of MyFundedFutures? Oh, that was Matt. Unless I know something, you guys know something I don't know. Do I play Apex Legends? Yeah, I do. I play a lot of that. I play a lot of Battlefield, some Call of Duty, a little bit. I'm more of a Battlefield player than Call of Duty player. Am I Pat Whelan's new best friend? No, I'm his old best friend. We've been besties forever. We skipped down the park together, holding hands and pointing at the clouds and naming them. Do I look like a Pathfinder main? I would be a I do look like a Pathfinder main. I look like a twitchy little fast player, but I do exactly the opposite what you think I do. I main Gibby. I'm a tank player. I like to play support and aggressive at the same time. So Gibby's perfect for that because you can run up on people and then defend yourself while your squad comes behind you. And then I'll play, if I did play mobility, it would be Valkyrie. But yeah, we will see each other on Battlefield 6. Dude, I know, I'm so excited for it to come out. The beta was very cool. I actually really, did y'all play the beta on Battlefield 6? Oh God, it was so good. I honestly hated the Battlefield 2042. I've liked almost every Battlefield game. My favorite Battlefield game to date was BF4. I think that is arguably the best Battlefield, other than some of the older ones like Bad Company and stuff. People probably like those. But I think like as far as like if you weigh them all out as far as features and playability, 4 was the best in my opinion. And then 5 was like a lesser cool version of 4. Battlefield 1 was like a lesser cool version, but it's still really better than 5. And then 2042 was just steaming pile of garbage. BF1 was good. Yeah, the older ones are really good, like back when they first started to come out. But BF4 was like super goated. And then I haven't really been like super excited about the series, and 6 made me excited again. I was like, 6 is probably good enough to be better than 4, and I hope it stays that way because it was really good. I like the mobility where you can like run around and people are like sliding everywhere like it's Call of Duty, and I'm like, I'm loving it, but the OGs don't like it. I like it. I like having a skill gap and sliding around a corner and shooting people. So that's what I like. But 2042 was really bad. And I tried so hard to give it a chance. I know somebody's chat said that. I tried to like it. I gave it my all, but that's the first time I ever played Call of Duty in my life was Black Ops 6. You know why? Because Battlefield 2042 was just so bad I couldn't stand it anymore. So I was like, let me try Call of Duty for the first time. And that's why I got into Black Ops. The very first Call of Duty I ever played was Black Ops 6, by the way. Because there was a Battlefield that was horrible enough. I just didn't want to play it. So Halo. I used to compete in Halo. I used to play the MLGs. Halo 1, Halo 2, and a little bit of Halo 3. I actually competed. So I was a big Halo player back in the day. Yep. So today, honestly, finish out the market. I know we're just kind of chit-chatting because it's a slow market going nowhere. But it looks like with Trump just kind of spewing some info out there about random stuff. He's talking about tariffs a little bit. I don't know if that's probably going to affect the market a lot. But we do know with the volatility, the way that it is that the market is primed to possibly move. Be alarmed that VIX futures haven't broken below that 1692 level. It just means the market can be volatile. So be very careful. The market can over-respond to news as well. So don't trust a lot. Don't trust that it's stable and the volatility is not there. A possible volatility explosion could be there where just candles come out of nowhere. That's kind of why I'm excited to not put a lot of weight on the table today, because you're walking on something that's paper thin. And I don't trust the fact that that's heavy rotation into tech and not the rest of the sectors pushing the market higher. Very good probability that the market ends up lower than where we started. And not that I'm going to take that bet, but I'm going to sit out and just kind of watch it happen. Yeah. So Gears of War, I like Gears of War. It's fun. I never really played a lot of it, but I did have one of them. I played a little bit. Yep. You stopped playing Halo. I did. I started playing when the last Halo came out, the Infinite. It was cool for a little bit. And then when they got rid of the BRs and competitive, I just gave up. I was like, I didn't play Halo anymore after that. But yeah, but Battlefield 6 is really cool. Like, it's very cool. The beta was very cool. I really enjoyed it. And I thought it was like a return to the old BF4 feel. The game modes were fun. They were like super aggressive. Just, you know, it was like the perfect balance of what you like in those games. Very fun. And check it out. And I got me some plus this is the first time I got to check out I've got some sick new headphones. I don't know if you guys have ever seen these. I have the Sennheiser. It's the HD 800S headphones. So I have these with a preamp. It's basically like wall hacks for gaming. They're like $1,500 headphones, by the way. And the preamp, it just cranks it up. Like, I can hear footsteps like 4 walls over, dude. It's so crazy. I literally, it's a freaking wall hack, I tell you. And I got a really nice preamp for it. So yeah. So I mean, it's nice. And when I was playing COD, I can hear footsteps everywhere, and I'm just like, oh, you're like 3 rooms over, man. I can hear you. So this is the first time I got to play Battlefield with such a crazy audio experience, and it's just did I play the Return to the Castle Wolfenstein? Yeah, like the OG Wolfenstein. Back in the day, there was something called shareware. You go to the grocery store, and they would sell, like, they have like a magazine rack, and you can buy video games. And this is like in like the early 90s. And the video game was like episode 1 of something. You pay like $5, get the first level of Wolfenstein or Doom or whatever it was, and then you'd play it. And if you wanted the rest of the game, it came with like a coupon to order it, and they'd mail you the rest of the game. So one of the very first video games I ever played was Wolfenstein. Yeah, the first one on shareware in the 90s. So if you guys were around the 90s, you guys remember it was called shareware, right? You thought it was the full game, but it didn't unlock all the levels. It was almost like you had to get the DLC, you had to order it all in. Some Duke Nukem, yeah, all of it. Stop reminding you of that. Hell yeah, I had like Doom 1 and Wolfenstein on my first 2 games I played. Now I remember when I got Doom 1, my computer wouldn't run it because we only had 2 megs of RAM. Megs, right? Megabytes. So we had to go buy 2 more. So we had to upgrade our computer from 2 megs to 4 megs. Imagine right now my computer's got 96 gigs of RAM. But my dad had to go to the store. He was like, what's RAM? And I'm like, Dad, you got to buy it because the game won't run with 2. We need 4. And he had to go to the Radio Shack and buy 2 sticks of RAM to put in the computer just to run Doom 1. Yes, sir. That's what it was like. Yeah, so now my computer is 96 gigs. But imagine the day when you had to pay $150 for 2 megs of RAM. And dude, on my old 386 computer, that Wolfenstein and Doom were like flying like crazy at that point. 2 whole megs, man. My dad was like, RAM, what's that? Dad, you gotta get it. And my brother's like, yeah, it's so cool. He's like, what do you mean? I just bought you guys a computer. I gotta buy more to that computer. We're like, yeah, Dad, you have to upgrade the components. And he was like, well, when does it ever stop? And I was like, my dad was on to something. When does it ever stop? It doesn't. You're forever upgrading. Doom came on floppies. Yeah, the shareware would come with like the floppy disk. Yeah. We did that. That was basically it. But you had to mail in to buy the rest of the game because you couldn't download. The internet wasn't around yet. So to get the rest of the game, the shareware, they would credit you that amount. You give them the coupon or whatever with the code. And they would sell you the rest for like the rest of it or whatever. I forgot how you did it. You'd unlock it somehow. Yeah, that's it. Okay, guys. So today, watch this market doing absolutely nothing crazy. I'm probably going to do very little to finish off the day. I have no desire to take bets here. The market is not bearish just yet. The market still has bull signs. The S&P resilience is kind of getting close to 0. When it's at 0, I tell myself at 0 is over 0. I still take to the bull side. I bet on rotation rather than selling off. Resilience at 0 means that this and this and this is support. So all in here, the market's trying to make its way higher, but this is just slightly on the edge here. Nasdaq is good. S&P is not as much. If you were to ask me to take a bet, I would be betting that we stay up in here rather than here. But because it's so close to the edge and because volatility is possible, I'm going to sit out of the way. I don't really think that there's much to touch. 10, 20 points, not really possible today, I don't think. So that's it. The opportunities maybe in the NASDAQ, if there is anything, it's the one that has been moving. But if people rotate out of tech and back into whatever, NASDAQ could probably pull back. So I'm not really going to do much. I'm okay with the, $4,000 flat-ish day I've had for the rest of the day. But yeah. So that's it. I will be streaming in my afternoon stream, though, in about 30 minutes. You guys can all hang out with me. We're doing a songwriting contest, which is going to be really fun. It kicks off today. And if you write AI music for the stream, we do this twice a year. It's really fun. And you guys can come check it out there. We give away all kind of prop accounts and lifetime Rockstar memberships and stuff. It's really cool. So I'll be there later. Probably not much going on in the market, so you're not going to see me probably do much for the rest of the day, but I kind of want to see where the VIX lands by market close before I make any bigger decisions. So Straw Hat said you got the long off the open. Very cool, man. Very cool. That was a good trade. And switching off your computer to go to the gym. That's the way to do it. Once you figure out you're done, be done. It's like, don't even jump back into it. So wait, Eric said you made your first $1,000 selling shareware back in the 90s. You made a sprite editor to help people make games like Ultima. Dude, that is so epic. Yeah, so I got into, in Doom 2, I got into WAD editing. So WAD was the file that you'd have to edit so you can build your own Doom 2 maps. And I had a sprite editor. I'd make my own Doom 2 sprites. So like a total modding thing back in the day. If you guys remember, you can add your own MIDI sound effects, your MIDI games. And I would it's kind of like build my own sprites. God, I was probably like 10, 11 years old when I was doing this. That's crazy that you made money doing shareware. That's dope. There was a healthy modding community back when. You guys want resets or accounts? Resets or accounts? Did they already throw you guys some codes like right when I got on here? I don't know if they're trying to do anything again. I don't know. They didn't tell me, so if it's a surprise for y'all, then y'all let me know if y'all get something. Y'all need 50 accounts. Is the market going to drop? It feels like it wants to. I'm not going to bet that it does, but it feels like it wants to. And signals are long, though. The market just feels like it wants to because we've rotated. We haven't really pushed in all stocks. We just rotated into tech. And the S&P is relatively flat. And volatility is still on the edge. And so if you were to ask me which way it goes, I'm still gonna pick up. But because it feels like it's gonna come down, I don't see the momentum to go up very high. So I'm just gonna kind of stand off this one. I've been a really good picker when it comes to like good markets. I don't really I can sense a waste of time before I get to it. Even if I miss out on a trade that I did want to take, I could sense a waste of time from a mile away a lot of times. And today seemed like a waste of time, at least in the S&P. And it kind of, despite me being long biased, it really looks like a colossal waste of time that it wasn't worth risking on for 5 points just for Donald Trump to come in like shit on the market midday, right? So I was kind of excited. I get really excited when I don't do much and the market doesn't do much because I'm like, anytime that you don't, cast your reel out into the water, there's no chance of you losing your lure by, catching on a log or something floating around. That always sucks to just waste money for little gains. And I get happy when the market does nothing and I'm not out there like risking on where the risk is much bigger than the reward could have been. With Trump chatting, he could have said anything, right? So. But it's so exciting to see MyFundedFutures have 27,800 subs. It's incredible. Like I've been here since these guys were at 10K, like less than 10K. And I've been here for the whole growth of this. And this is exciting to see this group grow. As a matter of fact, since I've been here, I've gone, I'm almost at 40K subs personally. And I have you guys to thank as well for being part of that. The growth we've seen here at MyFunded and my own personal growth here has been tremendous. So I'm excited. Thank you guys for all y'all's support here. MyFunded keeps sending out the blessings. So make sure y'all sign up for the billion thing. That sounds really cool. And now it's 28.4. Wait, I haven't even refreshed the stream. Wait, it's 28.4 now. Oh my God. Dang. Well, I guess I have to refresh to see it. So it's been 600 people since I've been here. Y'all got 600 subs since I've been here. Just the hour I've been here. Dang. Somebody says, Matt, I pick winners. I try to pick winners, but at least I can try to. I'm really good at seeing if the market's going to be a waste of time or not. One of the things I do have a good gauge of is like, I just want to avoid the market today. And then the market does nothing. And I'm really good at that a lot of the time. It's sometimes very easy to spot a market that's not worth your time. Again, market's random, but sometimes things just point to like indicators all over the place. And that mindset is good to like, you know, sort of just not waste your time with it. Today, it didn't show me that all things are going up quick. So I didn't have that FOMO feeling like, man, I got to jump in on the S&P because I'm going to miss out on the next big rally. I didn't feel it at all. Like I saw it and I was like, and nothing happened. So lucky me. But like the most you can do is avoid the market whenever it's doing nothing, because every moment you're in the market is the moment that you get a Twitter post that moves it big in the opposite direction. And boy, you were picking up pennies to get steamrolled over, you know? So usually I like to be in and out trades quick. Speaking of quick, I got to get out of here quick. I got 2 more minutes left, but dang, we'll be at 30K subs at MyFunded probably by the end of the night at this pace. That's extremely exciting. So I'm happy to be part of this. I'm part of this growth with these guys. You know, we love here at MyFunded TV. MyFunded TV's, I think, shoot, they'll be the biggest prop show one day, period, which I like to see. And yeah, so thank you guys. I'll be live on my channel for the afternoon. We'll do our music contest. This is really fun. We have tons of AI songs that people write, and it's kind of a cool event that we do. We give out all kind of prizes and stuff there. You guys are welcome to come. Here's a link for my stuff. I'll be over there live. But yeah, if you guys have more questions, especially trading questions, come on over, because I'll be detailing some other stuff later today while we're chilling and doing this. Probably watching this market looks like it's trying to pull back. So, but come on over and say, hey, we're almost at 40K ourselves. So that's kind of exciting as well. And we'll continue throughout the goodies with MyFunded TV. I always do giveaways and stuff as well. And thanks for tuning in, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. Got 1 minute left, but last time for questions not, I'll see you on my stream. And thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the awesome giveaway today. Thank you for the billion thing. We're excited to see that come through, and all the big stuff coming down the road. So y'all take care, and I'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order blocks